Hello guys, and welcome to this video tutorial where we're going to build this amazing looking website with ReactJS. Okay, so I actually wanted to make this a part of my ReactJS course that will be published in a couple of weeks, but I decided to make it free and available to you guys on YouTube. So let's just go do a walkthrough of what this website actually looks like. So when the website first loads, you'll see a very beautiful animation that occurs. Okay, all right, so and then we have all of this nice looking menu and this button at the navigation section. There's this guy here that animates. There's a small icon of a mouse animating, and if you click on that, it takes you to the next section. Okay, all right, so let's just keep going and see how everything animates really nicely. So you see that. All right, and then we have this FAQ section where we have an accordion. So I'm going to click on each of the accordion just to show you the effect. So this is the accordion styled beautifully, and then we have this awesome footer. Okay, so we also have, it's a one-page website, by the way. So we also have this parallax scroll effect that the website has. So that's basically what we're going to be able to build in this project. Okay, so but the website is also really responsive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to minimize the browser and just shrink up the browser a little and show you how things change. So when you shrink up to a certain level where the menu can no longer contain this header here, watch what happens. So I'll keep shrinking, and as you can see, the button first disappears. Okay, so the button is the first element that starts to change. So let's keep shrinking. So I'll keep going, and as you can see, when you get to somewhere around the mobile width, right, everything changes. So we have this menu icon here, hamburger icon rather, and if I click on that, you see that this menu nicely slides out. You see it animates out, and if you click on the X, it goes out, and like that. So we're going to learn how to build that in this project. And of course, the website is very responsive. Everything adjusts according to the width of the device or your user browser. All right, so yeah, so that's basically it. Now, like I said, this was actually meant to be part of my ReactJS course, like a UI project in the ReactJS course I'm currently rounding up, but I decided to make it free on YouTube. So if you go to my GitHub repository, I'll leave a link in the description, by the way. You're gonna get to this page where you can access the files that we use for the website. So I'm gonna click on the starter this branch here, and there are two branches. There's the master branch and the starter branch. What you want to do is you want to go with the starter branch because it's like the bare starter project. Okay, but never mind, I am going to actually start the project from scratch. Okay, because that's how I want to simulate the teaching style for the course. Okay, but then you can also click on the master branch, which contains the full completed project, and then you can either download it or you can clone it to your website. Sorry, you can clone it to your local machine, your computer. So that's it basically. And don't forget to leave a star on the project if it's something you enjoy, and also leave a like on this video, comment, just do something that will help the video rank on YouTube. Thank you so much for that. All right, so let's get started. But before then, if you would like to get any of my courses, right, I have courses on HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and I have a particularly famous course, 100 days of JavaScript, where you build projects every day for 100 days, and your skills in JavaScript will definitely be improved if you try out this course. So all of these courses are available on my website, and you can come to Xenotrust Academy. I'll leave a link in the description, and you can take any of this course at a really good discount. Okay, then also, if you like to get notified with a discount code when I publish my ReactJS course, I'm actually going to publish the ReactJS course on my website, so it's not going to be on an external school. It's going to be published on my website. So if you want to get an early bird discount pricing, like a discount code when I first publish the course, maybe you should just actually click on this get early bird discount pricing, and you'll be required to drop your email. So I'm going to send you a discount code right, when the course is published in a couple of weeks. All right, so that's basically it. So thank you so much. If you're buying any of my course, if you're supporting me, I really appreciate. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder on my desktop. So I'll just create a new folder, and I'm just going to call it social-x. So that's it. And then I'll just right click on this folder, and I have Git installed on my computer. So if I right click, I'll see this option that says Git bash here. So if you want to get this option, you can also install Git on your machine. Okay, so when I'm here in this terminal, Git terminal, what I got to do now is I'm going to, I think there's a way to increase the font. Okay, yeah, there is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install React from this point here. So the way I'm going to do that is I'll say npx, sorry, that should be npx and create React app, and then I'm just going to specify the name of the app. In my case, I'm going to call the app social-x, and then I'll hit enter. So this is actually going to take some time, depending on your machine and all of that, and your internet speed, I think. So I'm just going to pause this video, and when it's done, I'll come back to it. All right. So our process has finished, and you can see we have this message, happy hacking. So what we can do to confirm that we've actually installed this is you can actually just open this social-x folder, and I have it here in another screen, and you can see we then have this extra folder inside that contains all of our files that we're going to use to build our React project, so node modules and all of the rest. So what I'm going to do is just to make things a little bit different, I'm going to rename this social-x folder. So I'll just say social-x website, okay, so that it's different from the React folder inside of it. Okay, great. So next, let's just open this folder, and you see the social-x that contains our React files. I'm going to click on this, I'll right click, and I'll click on Git bash here, and I want to open this in my Visual Studio Code. So I'll just say code, and I'll click dot, and then I'll hit enter. What this will do is that it will open the folder in your default code editor. So in my case, my default code editor is Visual Studio Code, right? So I already have it open on the side here, so I'm just going to drag it in, and as you can see, let me just close this up, and as you can see, we have Visual Studio Code open here, and it contains all of the files we downloaded when we called create React app. So I don't think I want to go through the files and folder structure here, right? So if you're taking this video on YouTube, you're expected to actually have like a basic understanding, but we definitely go through all of that in the course. So what I got to do now is I'm just going to open the files here, and as you can see, this is all we have, right? So I'll do a couple of modifications. You know what, before then, let's open up our terminal. So I'll click on terminal, and then I'll say new terminal, and I'm going to fire up React app. Okay, so the way you do that is you say npm and start, and you hit enter. So let me just have my browser side by side so that you can actually see what's going on. So I'm being prompted, I'm asked if I want to like run this command on a different port, you know, because localhost 3000 is already running something. So I'm just going to say yes, and I'll just press Y, and then it will just open create React app on a different port. So that's what's happening right now. So this is a like bare application when you just install create React app. So let's go ahead and make some modifications to this project. So I'm going to start from our app.js. Let's start from our app.js, and I think I just want to expand this stuff just a little bit, and then inside of our function, I'm just going to get rid of everything inside the function, like so, and then I'm just going to add a h1 that will say hello world, like that, and then I will save. So just follow me as I make the modifications, okay, so that you understand everything that's going on. So we have hello world here, and I don't need this class name of app because I'm actually going to get rid of it as well. So now, first off, I'm going to remove the logo. This logo here, I'll just highlight it and delete it. And before I even save this guy here, I have to delete the logo. So this is the logo here, logo SVG. So I'll right click and I'll say delete logo. Okay, and then I'll save this guy, so that error will be gone, because I've removed the logo both here and here. So that's one. So the next thing I want to do is this report web vitals. We're not going to be using it. Test, we're not going to use it. So I'll right click, or let me just highlight, select them first. So I'll press Control and select this, and also app test. So I'll right click and delete the three of them together. Escape, right click and delete. Okay, so it's going to definitely crash our application because we were using all of these files before in a part of our project. So the specific part where we're using them is index.js. So this index.js here, let me just expand it. You see here that we have report web vitals, so I'm also going to delete that here, and then we're also calling it here. I'll delete that. Then so we just have index and app, so this is fine like this. I'll go ahead and save, and our application should be restored. So we have hello world. Okay, great. Yeah, so that's basically the modification we need to do on the project. Now if you go to the GitHub repository, you'll see that we have let's go to the starter file, the starter branch, and let's come to source, and we're just going to come to index CSS. So in our index CSS, we have some predefined styles that we already that we used in the project. Okay, so what I got to do is, let me just click on raw, and I'll click on copy. Okay, I think I can just highlight everything and copy it like so, back, and then I'll just come to my index CSS, and of course we're going to have something there, so I'll just highlight everything and delete it, and then I'll paste in our own styles from our starter file. So basically, what do we have here? Basically, I'm just importing Poppins font from Google, right? I didn't want to have to go to Google Fonts and start, I don't want to waste all of that time. So, and I also have some variables, colors and stuff, borders, box shadow, just colors basically. Then let me come down here. So we have this reset where we set the margin padding to 0 and box sizing to border box. Also we have the scroll behavior, so we are doing this smooth scroll with CSS. All right, and then inside of this HTML tag we have a font size of 10 pixels. What this will do is that if you use rem in any other place, it's going to represent one rem as 10 pixels. So if I want to do 20 pixels, I'll just say 2 rems. Okay, it makes it easier for me to calculate. Okay, because ideally 1 rem is equals to 16 pixels. I don't want to go like deep into that, so that I don't end up confusing you with this stuff. Okay, but just know that in the HTML we're setting the font size to 10 pixels, so that whenever we use rem, 1 rem will be equal to 10 pixels. So this place here where we're using 8 rem, what this means is 80 pixels. All right, great. Then we also set the body font family, and this font family here, ideally I should just set it to this variable of font family. That's a good practice. So I think I can even just do that now. So I'll just copy this, and here I can just say, let me show you, I'll just say var, and I'll just put the font family there. Okay, so that's great. The same thing really, but this is better. So we have a section, and we're going to use all of this, and we have a container. All right, that's it. I'll save this file, and that's it for now. So there's something I want us to do now. We are at the point where we want to set up our project. So let me come to our React app. Great. So the first thing we need to do is we need to set up the flow of our project, and we're going to do that with git bash. So remember, I did open git bash right when I opened the project. So what I want to do is we're going to create files and folders. Okay, so but the first thing is, let me come to this source folder here, and I'm going to create a folder named components. Okay, plural. So inside of this components folder is where we're going to have all of our components, right? So now from this git bash here terminal, let me just make it a little bit bolder. Just watch what's going to happen. We're going to actually speed up the workflow by what we're about to do here. So first off, let's navigate into the source folder. Right now we're in the social X folder. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to say cd and src, and then I'll hit enter. So you see here now I'm inside of the source folder, and of course this is the master branch. That's because when you use this stuff to create React app, it automatically adds git for you. Okay, it initializes the project right with git. So now that I'm in the source folder, I need to be inside the components folder. So I'll say cd and I'll just say components, and then I'll hit tab. So I'm inside the components folder. Inside this components folder, I'm going to create several other folders, right? I don't want to have to do it one after the other. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use a command. I'll say mkdir, which stands for make directory, and the first I'll just start by doing download. It's a folder, and then the next is going to be FAQ, and I'm just separating them with a space. Okay, the next one is going to be features, plural. The next one is going to be footer, and the next one is going to be header. And let's do another folder, nav bar, and we're going to do subscribe, and then we're going to do capital letter UI folder. All of these folders will be inside of the components folder. So I'm going to hit enter, and those folders will be created. Now if you come to this what's it called, Visual Studio Code, and you open this guy up, you see that we now have all of those folders created. So instead of creating them one after the other in Visual Studio Code, just do it with a command, right? So now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create files inside of the components folder, right? So just follow me. The way we're going to do that is we're going to say touch. Oh, sorry, that should be small letter. So I'll say touch, and I'll say download. Sorry, it needs to start with a capital letter because it's a component. So both the component and the CSS file, I'll start everything with capital letter, okay, for consistency's sake. Now the reason why I'm doing that is because if you open the source, you see that the app.js and app.css, which comes created by React, right, they both start with capital letter. So I just prefer to follow what React is actually practicing. Okay, so let me come back here, and I'm going to create the folder. So I'll say download.js, and then the next one is going to be download.css. Then I would create an FAQ. So let me just see how I did that. Okay, great. So I'm going to say FAQ.js. I'll give a space and FAQ.css. Okay, then inside of this FAQ, I'm going to have like a questions sub component. So I'm also just going to say question.js and question.css. all right, then so next one we have features. So features.js and features.css. Now what I'm doing right now is going to look a little bit boring, but you're going to see how it speeds up our workflow as we start building the project. Okay, so then I'll say footer.js and then footer.css, and then the next one is going to be navbar.js and then navbar dot css. Lastly, we're going to have subscribe. Sorry, this starts with a capital letter .js and subscribe dot css. So I think that's about it. So I'll just hit enter and watch what happens. So if you come to our source and you open up the components, you will see that in addition to the folders we created, we now have all of these files created down below it. Okay, so instead of creating these files one after the other, we just created it in one swipe, and then we can then move them into the respective folders. Okay, so let me just quickly do that, and I'll just move this into downloads, and like that, just into the respective folders where they belong. So this is going to be moved into FAQ, and this one is going to be features, and this one is going to be footer, this one is going to be navbar, this one is going to be question. So question is going to go into the FAQ section. So I think the FAQ section is up top here, this FAQ folder. So I'm going to come down question, and then I'll just go up to the, where is the FAQ? I think it's up to, okay, yeah, so here, and then I'll just drop it in. So we have questions in the FAQ section. Then we have the subscribe, and it's going to come here. So where's the nav bar? I think I moved the nav bar into a wrong place, so let me just make sure. Oh, so the nav bar I moved into the header, so it needs to be inside the nav bar. So just move it down, and then where is my header? So I just messed this up a little bit, so let's just fix it. Features, FAQ, and downloads is fine. So I don't know if I created a header file, so let me just quickly do that. So I'll just say touch and header.js. I don't think I created it, and header.css. There needs to be a dot here, and then I'll hit enter. Okay, great. So I'll just move the header.js and header.css inside the header folder. Yeah, so basically in this one swipe we've created all the files and folders in our components that we need. All right, great. So how are we going to start the project? We're going to start working from the top to bottom. So let me just come here, I'll expand, and the way I like building projects is I like to look at the finished project or the finished design, and then we start building from there. So the first thing we have is we have this navbar navigation section here. That's what we're going to build first. Okay, so I'm going to go to app.js. So where is my app.js? I need to actually close all of this stuff. That's all right. So this is our app.js, and I'll just get rid of what we have inside here and here. So at the top here, we're going to change this div to the main tag, right? And we're going to give it a class name of, it's going to have a class name of header. Oh, sorry, it's not going to have a class name. So this one doesn't need a class name. So let me just get rid of that. So inside of the main tag, I'm going to create a header tag. So I'll say header, and I'm going to give it a class of header-bg. So like header background kind of. So, and then let's just create that. Okay, so now inside of this header bg is where I'm going to render our very first components. It's actually going to have two components. So before we render the components inside here, let's make sure that the components have been properly created. So I'll open my components folder, and where's the navbar? So this is the navbar, and this is the navbar.js component. So we're going to use a shortcut to create it. So I'll say rafce, and let me just give it okay, and then I'll hit enter, and it's just going to create an arrow function with this react import at the top. Now, technically, you don't need this React import for your components to work, right? But I still prefer to just use the RAFC shortcut. Let me show you something else. Control Z. By the way you can use this shortcut is you need a plugin in your Visual Studio Code. So if you come to extensions here, just search for ES6. Okay, so this is the name of the plugin, JavaScript ES6 code snippets. No, let me just be sure that's the name of the plugin. No, that's not, definitely not the name of the plugin. So let me just say React. I can't remember the exact name of the plugin, but I know it has ES6. Yeah, so this is it. ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native. It contains a lot of snippets. Okay, so this is definitely it. So just go ahead and search for it. If you don't have it installed, go ahead and install it, and you'll be able to use that snippet. Okay, so that's it. So let me close that. Let's not waste too much time on that. So I was going to show you, if you want to do an arrow function without the import, just add an underscore in front of it. So if I do RAFC and I hit enter, you see that there's no import there. Okay, but like I said, many times I will still need to use effects, right? So I just like to just have my RAFCE. It's just a thing of preference, so that if I want to use effect or any hook, I can just add a comma here and then add the hook I need to use. Okay, all right, so let's continue. So here I'm just going to add a h1 that will say nav bar. Okay, I'll save that. Let's come back to our folder here, and then I'll look for my header. So header, and I'll go to header.js, and I'll run my RAFCE, which is going to create a component for me, and then I'll just add my h1 of header, and then I'll save. Okay, great. Now let's go back to our app component, and inside of this header tag, I'm going to import two components. The first one is going to be our navbar component, and I'll hit enter. Now Visual Studio Code already knows that this is a component because I've created it as a component, so it gave me the option to automatically import it. So you see here, as I clicked enter, it actually imported navbar from the components folder, the navbar folder, and then the very file itself. Okay, so I'm going to come down here, and I'm also going to import my, so we're going to import the header component as well. So I'll just do tab here, and then I'll say header, and then you see here that the Visual Studio Code is giving me the option to auto import it, so I've imported it as well, and then I'll just press the / to close it up here. So basically, if I save that and we look at our browser, so let's go to our recent project we're working on. So it's actually supposed to refresh, but let me just refresh it. Okay, so you see here that we have the navbar and the header. So we're going to first work on these two components on the page, and then we're going to proceed and move further. So let's start from the navbar. You know what, on a second thought, I think maybe I just want to, organize all the components before we then start working on individual components. So let's just open the components folder, and let's just come to features. And basically all I just want to do is I just want to run RAFCE on all of the components. That's basically what I want to do. So RAFCE, and then I'll just add a h1 here and say features. Okay, let me save that, and the next one is our downloads component. So I'll come here and I'll say download.js, and I'll just run my RAFCE. So it's kind of repetitive, but it's going to significantly make our work faster. So let's add a h1 here and say download, save that, and the next one is our subscribe component. So subscribe folder and subscribe.js, RAFCE, and tab. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. So RAFCE, and yeah, so I'm going to come here h1 and I'll see, and this is going to say subscribe, save that, and then our FAQ section, which is here. So FAQ.js, and then let's just add a heading and say FAQs, and the last one is going to be the footer. So I think it should just be below the FAQ. And apparently I made a mistake here, so I'll rename this and it's going to be footer.js. Okay, then let's run it. And then I'm just going to say footer. So basically we've created all the components that we need to be on our app.js, and we can actually go ahead and close everything up. So I'm closing them up right now. Great. And in the app.js, let's just import everything we need. So I'm going to come below the header tag, this closing header tag, and I'm going to import features. And come on. So I don't know why anyway, I'll just auto import it and it's not auto importing. So let me try that again. Features. Okay, so I would not want to waste time with this stuff, right? So I'll just import it myself manually. So here is going to be download, and this one is going to be subscribe, FAQ, and the last one is going to be footer. Okay, great. Oh, so I could actually import. So I don't know why I'm not actually getting that option to auto import it. Is this something I'm not doing right? Something I'm not doing. Anyway, I've just got to import it myself. So let me just do that quickly. So here I'm going to just duplicate this a few times. And first, let's import the. Okay, so the navbar should actually be the first import. So I'll drag that up. So navbar, and here we want to import the features. So I'll just highlight it together like this, and then I'll see features. Okay, but the folder is actually small letter, so I'll just change this to a small letter, and then I'll do the same for the rest of it. So this is going to be download. So I'm sure you probably get the gist of what's going on here. So this is going to be subscribe, and this one is going to be FAQ. Oh, so I didn't type this one. Subscribe, and this is going to be FAQ. And I know this looks very boring, but you're going to see how things become significantly faster when we start. And the last one is going to be footer. Okay, so footer. All right, good. Save. And if you give the page some time to reload, you see that we now have everything, all the components we need on the page, right? But it doesn't actually make sense that we are having this much import on our app.js. It makes the file very cumbersome. So what we can do is we can have our import in a separate place. So now let's open up our folder structure here, and inside of our components, this component here, I'm going to create a new file, and I'll just call it index.js. Okay, then from this app here, so let me close this guy. I'm just going to copy all of these imports. I'll copy that, and then I'll come to index.js and I'll paste that in. Now I'm just going to do a little bit of modification in this file here. So I would highlight all of the imports. So just watch what I'm doing here. I'll highlight everything and then I would wrap it around curly braces. Okay, so that's the first thing I want to do. Then I will then say default. So this is going to be default as, sorry, this should be as, and then I'll give space. So instead of importing it here, I'm going to export it. So I'm exporting everything from a single file. So I'll just come here and highlight all of my import statements, and I'll just change it to export, and then I would save. So you see, I've exported everything from this single file. So I'll go back to my app.js. Now, instead of importing all of this individually, right, let me comment it out first. I'm going to import it in one single line of code. So I'll just come down here and I'll say import, and then I would open curly braces from components. So this is going to be // components, and ideally I should say / index.js, but there's no need for me to say index.js because the index.js file is seen like the root file. So if you just put only components, it's automatically going to look at the index.js file and get the information it needs from there. So I can just say // components. Inside of this file is where I will then import let me show you all of the names we have here. So navbar, header, and stuff like that. That's where I would then import them. So you know what, I can actually just come here and say I want to import the navbar, and I'm just going to separate everything with a comma. So header, features, download, subscribe, FAQ, and lastly our footer. Okay, so you see now we are importing everything in a single line instead of having all of these guys here. So I'll go ahead and save, and let's see if it breaks our site. So I think we have maybe like a typo somewhere. So .src components module not found. Okay, so let me quickly just find out. It says we have a problem with the download. So where is the download? Export default as download from components, download. So I don't think we should have any problem with that. Oh, I think I realized where the problem is. So I'm actually trying to import from this index.js is inside the components folder. So I don't need to try to go inside the components folder first. I'm already in the components folder. So because I copied this from my previous app file, so we just need to get rid of all of these components here. So I'll just highlight everything. You know what, I can actually just use a shortcut. So let me teach you something. If you want to delete a specific word on Visual Studio Code, just press Ctrl Shift and H, right? It will tell you what you want to search for. I want to search for components, right? And I want to replace it with nothing. Okay, and basically I want to replace it in only this index JS folder here. So showing me, so index.js, so there are 7 of them here. So I'll just click on this, replace all, and then you see that it has removed all of the components as a word here. But I was actually supposed to remove the /. So I'll do Ctrl Z, and then I'll come here and add a /. Okay, and then I'll just come to my index.js and replace everything. So you see, I've immediately gotten rid of all of that. Okay, and I'll press save, and everything should work like perfectly. So if we minimize this and come here and refresh the page, so I think I maybe need to refresh this page, by manually. Okay, yeah, so that was it. So if you refresh the page, you should see that everything now works fine. Now let's open this up a little bit and see what we progress we've been able to make. So what we've been able to do here is that instead of importing this individually, right, I'll get rid of all of these guys here. You see here that we've imported them in a single line of code, right? We've imported them in this single import statement just by, you know, having this index.js inside of our components folder where we saved everything, where we exported everything. Okay, so it just makes our app.js a little bit cleaner. Okay, so that's just what I wanted to show you. All right, now that we are done with that, let's go ahead and start building our navigation section. So I'll press Control and click on the nav bar, and then to open that component for us so we can then get started here. So let's start working on our navigation section. Now at this stage, I would actually like to expand the browser up to this point and expand the code editor. So when we need to show each of them, I'll just switch. All right, so now for our navbar, first off, let's import our CSS file. So that's just going to be like this, navbar CSS. Great. So for this navbar, right, we're going to change this div to a nav. Okay, so that's the first thing we're going to do. So but this nav, let's give it a class name. So I'm just going to say class name of I'm going to say nav bar and then container. So ideally I usually like to first give it the container class first, then navbar, like so. So if I need to override anything in the container class, that will, you know, work perfectly. So now that we've done that, the navbar is going to contain essentially for now two components. So the first is a div with a class of logo. Sorry, that should be logo. And then it's going to contain another div that is going to have a class of, actually it's not going to be a div, right? It's just going to be a menu. So let me look at the actual project. Okay, so this div is going to be logo and this one is going to be menu. So instead of div, I'm just going to use the menu tag. So I don't know if you've actually used the menu tag before, but it's a thing, it's a HTML tag. So for this logo, right, let's just add the components. Now there's something I want us to do at this point. This menu you see here is actually an icon and some text. It's not like an image, it's just an icon and some text I created. So for that we're going to need something called React icons. Okay, so now let me actually show you. So if you go to Google and search for React icons, the first link should bring you to this website. And to install React icons, all you just need to do is, if you have npm, do npm, just copy this guy here and it will install React icons on your project. If you have yarn, just do yarn add. So you're just going to replace npm install with yarn add. That's it. So I'm just going to come here and I would open a new terminal. So I'll just click on this plus icon here and then I'll just paste that command and then I'll hit enter. So it will take maybe like a few minutes, a minute or two, to install React icons. So for that, I'm just going to pause the video and wait for React icons to install completely. All right, so React icons is done installing, right? Let me just refresh my page to make sure that everything is still my server is still running smoothly. So it is great. So for you to use React icons on your project, right, you need to actually know the exact icon you want to use. So from the React icons website, you can search for whatever it is you want. So here I'm just going to search for ANAC, and so this is the very first icon I'm going to use. So I'll click on it and it's going to automatically copy to the clipboard, and then I'll come here and I'll paste it here like this. So I'll say Ctrl V, and usually it should give me the option to automatically import it, but sometimes Visual Studio Code does that very slowly. So I'll just show you how to import it. So it's just say import and then you open curly braces and then you paste the same icon inside of it, and you want to import it from, and you see React icons /. Now, how to know what comes before the /? All you just need to do is to look at the um, first what's it called, letters before the name of the icon. So in this case, it's SI. So I'll just come here and say small letter SI. That's it. So as it stands now, I've imported this icon into my project and I can use it here. If I go ahead and save, right? So this is the nav bar. I think I may need to refresh this guy. Come on, this is taking too long to refresh. Okay, so the icon is definitely there. You can see there's something very tiny here. That's the icon. Okay, so let's come back here. Now what we want to do is we want to give this icon some properties. So of course the first property we'll give this icon is the color, and the color we're going to set it to white. So I'll just say #FFF, and we're going to give it a size property, and that's going to be equal to, in this case, 33. Okay, now that we are giving this icon a color of FFF, which is white, it means it's not going to be visible on the page. So let's come to our app.js, and you remember that we gave this header a class name of header bg. So in my app CSS, I'm going to add some styles for the header bg. So I'll just delete everything I have here, right? And I'll just say dot header -bg, and then basically let's start by giving it a width of 100%, and we're going to give it a height of 100% as well, but I'm then going to set the mean height. So I'll say mean height, and I'm going to set that to 100% of the viewport height. And then let's give it a background. So I'm just going to say background, and I'll use my variable. So let's say, I think I know the name of the variable, so var, and I think it's dark blue. So dark -blue, and then let's save and come here. Great. So you see now we now appreciate the icon here. Okay, great. So I think we can continue. So let's just close this app CSS. That's the only style we're going to be placing there, and come back to our nav bar, and let's continue working with the nav bar. So after this icon, we're going to have a paragraph. So I'm just going to do a p, and it's going to have a class name of logo text. So logo -text, and inside of this logo we're going to say social, and we're going to then have a span. So it's just going to be a span. Sorry, I need to wrap it here like this. So span. So let me remove one. So this span here, we're then going to add our capital letter X. All right, so that's basically it for the logo. Now inside of the menu, right, because I like doing my markup before I do anything CSS, inside of the menu we're going to have an unordered list. That unordered list is going to have a class name of nav. So nav -links, plural, and then inside of it we're going to have individual li tags that will then have a tags. Control Z, that will have a tags. So for now, let's just put a hash here, and this first one is going to say home. Then I'll go ahead and duplicate this a few times. So I think maybe like 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, great. The second one is going to say features. The next one is going to say download, and this next one is going to say subscribe. The last one is going to say get started. So get started. Great. So let's go ahead and save and check out what we have here. So we should have it somewhere here. Okay, yeah, so this is everything we have for the section. and for some reason I can't find the other part, but no problem, no worries, we're going to work and do what we need to do much later. All right, great. So let's go and start working on our CSS first for how it's going to look on the desktop. Eventually we're going to come back and add the mobile menu and make everything look nice on a mobile device, but for now let's just style it a little bit. So I'll open up my navbar.css and we're going to start there. So I think it's time for us to actually, let me close this guy up and let me shrink this guy a little bit so that we can appreciate what we are doing quickly. All right, so I would also like to separate my CSS file from my index.html file so that we can appreciate what we're doing as well. So first off, let's target the navbar. So this very guy here with the class of navbar. So I'll say .navbar, and first off I'll just do display flex, and we're going to do justify content. It's going to be space between, so space between. Then let's align items to center as well. Then let's give it a height. This height is going to be set to 8 rem. So 8 rem is going to be actually represent 80 pixels. Okay, if you save that now, you'll see that it's now spread like a part. Okay, let's come back here. Now let's target the logo. So I'll say the logo because that's the next thing on the list. So after the navbar is the logo. So that's how we're going to come down and, you know, style everything. For the logo, we're also going to do display of flex. We're going to justify content to center. We're going to also align items to center. I think I may want to actually expand this a little so that I can, yeah, like so. Then next we're going to target the logo text. So that's this guy here, this paragraph. So I'll say dot logo hyphen text, and let's open that up. So we're going to give it a font size of 4 rem, so 4 rem, which is actually 4 pixels. So remember that 1 rem for us here represents 10 pixels, so it's easy for us to calculate. So 4 rem, we're going to give it a font weight of 300, so 300, and we're going to give it a color of white. So I'll just say hash FFF. Now it actually makes sense to use the color variable. So maybe for some reason in the future we want to change our white color to a different shade of white, so you can just say var, and I think it's color white, I'm not quite sure, but let's try it out. So color white, yeah, I think that's it. Great. So see what our logo already looks like. Now let's keep going. We're going to do the span. So it's going to be the logo text, and then we're going to target the span. Yeah, so for that we're just going to increase the font weight to 600, and we're going to change the color. And I didn't actually like use a variable, so I think I may need to create a variable for that, but that's going to take time. Anyway, you know about creating variables, so I'm just going to say orange red. That's what I used. So I'll save, and if you come now, you see now we now have our logo. Great. So we're done with that logo side. Now we are in the link area, so nav links. So I'll come down here, I'll say dot nav hyphen links, open that up. First off, let's do a display of flex. So display flex, and let's set the color of everything there to white. So var and something about white color, save. And well, it doesn't really actually, you know, the white color doesn't actually do anything, so I think I can actually just get rid of it since it's not working here right now. Then let's target the links itself. So I'll copy this guy, paste that in, and target the li. So for the li, I'm going to do some margin on the left, so margin left, and let's just do one rem. Then I will set the list style. So we're going to set this list style to none. What I will do is to take away this white dots. Yeah, so exactly. Then let's target the link tag itself. So I'll say dot nav links, and I'll just target the a tag. This one, well, let's start by targeting the font size. So we're going to make the font size 16, well, 1.6 rem, 6 rem. Then we're going to do the font weight to set to 300. Now is where we can now give it a color. So it will make a lot of sense if we give it a color here to white. Then of course, you know, we need to remove the underline. So text decoration is going to be set to none. That will remove the underline under the links. Then I think we need some margin on the right. So 1 rem. Then let's just save and see what we've done so far. So it should look a lot better. So you see, it's already looking really nice. Great. So now let's do it such that when you put your mouse on this guy, it changes color. So I'll come here, I'll say dot navlinks, so nav navlinks, and a tag, and I'll say when you hover on it. So hover, that's a pseudo class. I'll say I want to change the color to orange red. This orange red should actually be a variable. Like, you can actually make it a variable, okay, but I really don't want to. So you see, when you hover on it, it changes to orange red. All right, great. What next do we need to do? We need to make this last link a button. So you know what I'm going to do? On the very last link here that says get started, right, I'm going to give it an additional class name. So I'm going to just say btn. Okay, so I'll just come here, I'll say class name, and then I'll just say btn. Okay, so I'll say btn, and then I'll give it another class name of btn-dark. So that's going to be like a modifier class name. Don't worry, you'll know why I'm doing that later on in the project. Okay, so now let's add some special classes for that btn. So I'll say a.btn, and let's open that up. For that, let's do let's see. So let's start by giving this button a border. So I'll say border, and I'll just do 2 pixels solid and white. So let's use a variable, and I'll just say white. Then we're going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels. So border radius 5px. Then we're going to let me save that first and see what it looks like. So you see, we have this button already looking really nice. So let's come here and let's shift the button a little bit away from this last link here. So I'll come here and I'll do margin left and set that to 1 rem. Then I'll then do a font weight of 500. So make it a little bit thicker than the rest. Save that and let's see. Great. Of course, I need to do some padding. So let's padding of 5 pixels on the top and bottom, and 8 pixels on the left and right. So this should be 5. Save, and voila. So let's just see. So you see, the header is already taking some nice shape. So what's this thing about button dark that we are talking about here? This button dark. So it's just different variety of buttons we're going to have. So if you look here, you see that we have this button with a white border, but at the bottom here we have 2 different kinds of buttons. So that's basically what we want to do. So I'm going to come here and I'll just say a.btn and then -dark. So this should be btn-dark. Open that up. Now what we want to do is, you see this border, we'll bring it inside. So we'll bring it inside this button dark. I'll paste that in. Okay, then I'll set the background. You know what, let me save that first. So it's not going to change anything here yet because this button here has the button dark, but then I'll set the background to transparent. Okay, so it's not really going to change anything, it's just defining what exactly what we want. Now, how does this differ from the other kind of button? So I'll come here, I'll say a dot button light. So this button light basically will have this other feature here where the text inside it is white and the background is orange red as well. Okay, it doesn't look like a very good name. It should maybe be button orange in my opinion, but that's just what we have. Okay, so for this one I'm going to give it let's see, I'm actually just going to, let me just copy these properties here, then I'll change it here. So I'll paste that in. So border 2px solid, this border is going to be changed to transparent. So transparent, sorry about that. So transparent, then the background color I'll change to orange red. So you know what I'm going to do, I'll just change this button light to button orange, you know, just so that it actually represents what it is. Then I'll change the color of the text inside of this button to white. Okay, and save. Great. So we can actually see how this button looks from changing it here. So instead of button dark, I'll just say button orange, and then I'll save. Button -orange. I wonder why it's not take. Oh, this is the completed project. Okay, great. So you see here, when we set it to button orange, it's like this. Okay, and we've not set the hover property, so we're going to need to set a hover property for this, because if you come here and you hover on it, it doesn't change. So no problem, we're going to do that eventually. Okay, all right, so that's about it. So I'll change this back to button dark. So this is going to be dark, and save. And yeah, that's what we have. Okay, so now we are not done, right? We are not done because we need to set the mobile menu. Okay, so in the next one we're going to set the mobile menu for this project. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to work on the mobile menu. So let me just show you. So basically, when you shrink this guy up, you see we have this hamburger icon, and you click on it, it draws out the menu. You click on that, it slides out the menu. So that's what we're going to work on now. So let's come to our project, and we need to be in navbar.js. So in navbar.js, we're going to have use effect. So let's import use state, sorry. So I'll say use state, and there are some icons we are actually going to need. So already, you know, we're going to need a hamburger icon. We're going to need a close icon. So you know what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy the icons we need, because I've already shown you how you can, you know, get an icon from React icon. So there's no point spending more time, you know, searching for the icon. I already know the icons I need. So let me just quickly grab the icons, and then I'll just paste them below this one. So let me paste that in. So these are the icons we're going to need: outline bars and close line. All right, great. So now let's come down here and let's create a state, a show menu state. So I'll say const, and you know how that works. So I'll say show menu, I'll give a comma, and I'll create the updating function, which is set show menu, and I'm going to set that to be equal to use state. And you know what, I think at this point I can close this navbar.css so that we can have everything, you know, here. So the initial state is going to be false. That's because when you originally open the website on a mobile device, you don't want the menu to show. Okay, so that's why we set it to false here. Let me just give a space. Okay, great. Now I'm going to come below this menu, and then I'm going to add the icons. Okay, but the icons, the state of the icons is going to depend on whether we are in mobile device. So I'll come here and I'll create a div with a class name of menu icons. So menu hyphen icons, like so. And inside that div, I'm going to write an expression. So here I'll say that if show menu, so show menu, and we're going to use a ternary operator. So I'll say if show menu is equal to true, then I want to show the close icon. So which one is the close icon? This very one here. So I'll copy that and I'll just paste that in and add the forward slash. But then I also want to add some properties for this close icon. I'm going to add the color property and I'm going to set it to white, so hash FFF. And I'm also going to add the size property, so size, and I'm going to set it to 30. All right, so if show menu is equal to true, in other words the menu is being displayed, I want to show the close icon. Else, so this is how you put the else, I want to show the hamburger icon. So I'll come here, I'll copy the bars icon, and then I'll come down here and paste it in like so. And I'm going to need to set the color and the size as well. So let me just put that in here like so, and then I'm going to set this one to 27, the size of this one to 27. Great. All right, so let me save this. And of course, if you come here, because show menu was originally set to false, you're not going to see anything. But if we come here and set show menu to true and save, I think I may need to refresh this page because I actually took a break. So if I refresh the page, okay, great. So because we've set show menu to true, you can see here that we have the icon here. All right, great. So now what we want to do is let's add a function, right, that will change show menu when we click on this icon here. So first off, let's come down to where we created the div with a class of menu icons. Inside of the opening tag here, I'm going to add an onClick property. So I'll say onClick, and I'll set it to be equal to a function. Basically that function is going to toggle menu. So I'll just say toggle menu, and then I'll simply just copy this and let me scroll up, and then I'll create the function here. So I'll just come below my show menu state that I created, and I'll create a function. I'll say const, and we've already given the function a name, is equal to, let's use an arrow function here, and basically we want to say set show menu, show menu, we want to set it to the opposite. So I'll say not show menu. Okay, so basically what this will do is that it will toggle it. So if you click on that, if you click here, it will make it the hamburger icon. If you click on the hamburger icon, it will change it to the close icon. That's basically what it's going to do. It's just going to toggle this show menu here. So if we go ahead and save, let's make this false. So I'll say false, save that, and of course you see here we have the hamburger icon. Now I'll click on the hamburger icon, and you see now we have the close icon. So if you keep clicking on it, it's going to keep changing. That's basically what this toggle menu function is just doing. It's just setting it to the opposite. Okay, I hope that's clear. All right, now let's continue. Now that we've been able to place the icon here, what we want to do is we also want to specify a different property for this menu. So when it's on a mobile device, let me shrink it up to a mobile device, right? You see, it doesn't look good. Great. So when it's on a mobile device, I'm going to add a different property to this menu link here. So let me show you how we're going to do that. Excuse me. So I'll come to my let's see, I'll come to my unordered list, this unordered list here where we have the class name of navlinks, and I'll add an ID. Okay, so this is an identifier I want to add here. Inside of this identifier, excuse me, I'm going to add an expression. I'll say that if show menu is equal to true, right? This is actually ternary operator, so it's actually JavaScript. It has nothing to do with React. It's just plain JavaScript. So I'll say if show menu is equal to true, then I want the ID to be nav-link, okay, hyphen mobile, okay. Else, so let's put the else statement. I want the ID to be hidden, so I'll just copy this guy and then I'll paste it in here, and then I'll just add hyphen hide. Okay, so now let's just take this again. So what I'm saying here is that I'm saying that I want to set an ID property on this unordered list which contains our links, right? I'm saying that if the show menu is true, in other words, if you click on this hamburger icon, show menu becomes true, because initially show menu is false. Show menu only becomes true when you click on the hamburger icon. So I'm saying that if you click on the hamburger icon, then I want the navlinks mobile to be added to this ID. Okay, so if show menu is equal to false, that means you've clicked on the X icon. So I'm going to attach this as the ID and hide the menu. Okay, so all of this is looking very, strange. It actually adds up when we write the CSS. Okay, so just hold this thought and let's start writing the CSS. So I'll need to open the navbar CSS one more time here. Great. So I think I can shrink. Okay, I can split it at this point, and let me close this one, and then I can just reduce it so that we can see what we are doing. So in the CSS here, right, one of the first things we want to do is when it's on desktop, we want to hide those icons. We don't want the icons displaying when it's on desktop. So I'll come here just after this my link style. I'll come here and then I'll say .navbar and menu icons, menu hyphen icons. Great. So I'll say I want to hide the menu icons. How are we going to hide the menu icons? We're going to set the display to, wait, let me expand this guy so that you can actually appreciate what's going on. So this is the menu icon here, right? So I want to set the display to none when it's on desktop. If I save that, you see that this icon will disappear. Great. So that's one of the first things we want to achieve. When it's on desktop, we don't want that icon to show, right? Then I'm going to set the, okay, I think display none is actually okay. Great. So let's continue. Now I'll come down here and add a media query for when it's on a mobile device. How am I going to do that? I'll say at media, and I think my shortcuts should, okay, I want the second one. Good. So media screen, and open a bracket, and we're going to say max width, hyphen width of how many? 600 pixels. So I'm sure that at 600 pixels, the user should be around the mobile screen. So the first thing we want to do is we want to change the styles for this link. So first off, I'll come here. I'll say that at the mobile width, the .nav links. So nav links, I'll set it the display to none. Let's save that. So it's not up to 600 pixels here. So basically, let's shrink it down to somewhere around 600 pixels. Great. So you see now that we don't have the menu displaying. That's what this property here is doing. I'm just trying to explain so that you can get this navigation section. Okay. So set the display to none. Then let me just add a border quickly. So I'll say border and 2 pixels, solid and white. So let's just use a variable var and white. Then I'm going to set the Z index. So I'll say Z index and I'll set it to 111. But I'll comment it out so that when we need it, we're going to come back and, uncomment it so you can appreciate why I'm setting the Z index. Next is let's target the menu icons. So these menu icons we hid in the desktop, we're going to have to display it in the mobile view. So I'll come down here, come down, paste that in, and then I'll set the display to block. So that should be CK. Save that. And you can see we have a menu icon. So let me see, it's not actually supposed to display like this. Let me just make sure that the state, okay, so the state is actually set to false. So if you click on it, yeah, so this is how it should display first. Great. All right, now we're going to now add styles for the ID. So this ID is here. Let me quickly come down and show you. Yeah, this ID is here of navlink mobile. That's what we're going to target. So I can actually just copy it and then I'll come here. Let's come down. So I'll say that inside of the nav bar, I want to target the ID of navlinks mobile. Okay. Then, you know what? Before we actually just go ahead and start writing styles here, I'm actually going to write styles that are applicable to both navlink mobile and navlink mobile hide. So there are styles that will be applicable to both of them. So let me just copy this guy. I'll add a comma here. So comma, and then I'll paste that in. So I'll say hash first. If you know what, I'll say dot navbar, then hash, and then I'll paste that in. So I hope you understand what's going on here. I'm adding styles that will apply to both the navlinks mobile and the navlinks mobile hide. There are styles that are common to both of them. Those are the styles I want to add here first. All right, so what are those styles? Basically, they are styles that will just, affect the display. So let me show you. I'll say display and block. Save that. And you can see we have the nav here. Okay, but it doesn't display properly, right? Great. So we're going to now use some other styles to make it display well. So I'll set the position to absolute. Okay, okay, let's see, position absolute. Let me save that. Then of course I'll need to set the left. So I'll say left should be 0, and then I'll say top should be 80 pixels, so 8 rem. Save that and let's see how it looks. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Great. Then I will set the width to 100%, so 100%. Save that, and you can see it has expanded. So we're going to give it its own background. So background, we're going to use a variable color, and I'll just say dark blue. Okay, then let's set the border on the top. So I'll say border top. I'll set that to 1 pixels, solid and white. So var white. Okay, then I'll set some padding on the bottom. So padding bottom, and that's just going to be 5 pixels. I think I can save that now, and we can move to the next stage. So I'm going to copy all of this, and then I'm going to target the list items. So I'll come down here, I'll paste that in, then I'll then add the list item properties. So I'll give a space here, I'll say list item li, sorry about that, and then also here I'll say li, then I'll open that up, because these styles are going to be applicable to both when the menu is open and when it is closed. Okay, so I'll come here, I'll set the text align to center, then I'll set the padding to 1 rem top and bottom, 0 left and right. I'll set the border for the bottom to 1 pixels solid and white. So let me just make this fast and use the color code. If you save that, you see that the menu now displays, as it was before. Then let's set some margin. So I'll say margin, and I'm just going to do 0 on the top and bottom and 3 rem on the left and right. If you save that, you see the menu would come together here like that. Okay, so for this last menu item here, this last list item, it's not fancy, it's not really beautiful for us to have this line at the bottom. Do you understand? So let's remove it. So basically we can just copy this one. I'll copy that and I'll just paste that here. Then I would, let's see, I'll target the last child property. So I'll say, just delete this, I'll say last child. Okay, so my code editor has completed it for me. The most important thing is you know what you want to do. Then I'll set the border bottom to none. If you save that, you see that the border bottom is supposed to like disappear. Last hyphen child. Let me save it again. Oh, okay, so let me just make this for the 2. So I'll copy this guy here. I get what happened. So I'll copy this guy, paste it, and then I'll also do last child. Okay, if you save that, you would not see the border on the bottom again. Okay, then what I'm doing basically right now is I'm just making sure that we style how the link looks. Okay, eventually we're going to make it disappear and reappear on the page. Okay, then I think that's about it for this stuff here. So what we can now focus on is we can focus on hiding and showing it on the page. So what we are going to do is for the, let me just come and do it at the bottom. I would have loved to do it at the top, but let me do it at the bottom. So here I'll say, I'll copy this guy here up to the list item. No, not necessarily up to the list item, up to just this nav links mobile. I'll paste that in. Okay, now for this nav links mobile, I want to add an animation. So I'll say animation. In other words, how do you want the nav to be displayed? First off, I want to slide it in. So I'll say animation slide hyphen out. Okay, sorry, the first one should be slide in. Okay, because you are displaying it. So nav links mobile, the animation will be slide in, and it's going to happen over 0.5 seconds. And I'll just see animation is in out. So is in out. Great. So the same thing is going to happen. So let me duplicate this for the when you hide the menu. So nav links mobile hyphen hide, and basically the animation I'll set to be slide out. Now don't forget that we've not created the animation yet. Before we create this animation, we need to make sure that this menu is hidden. So when you click on this guy, that's when you want to display the menu. Okay, I hope you're following. So what I'm going to do is I'll just scroll up to where we added the styles for the menu initially. So this is where we added the styles for the menu. I'll come here and I'll hide the menu. So this nav bar, nav links mobile, and nav links blah blah blah. So let's hide the menu here. Just to be sure. You know, on the second thought, instead of actually putting these guys down here, these animation guys here, let's just drag it up. So I'll just cut it and just paste it directly below this navlinks mobile and navlinks mobile hide. So I'll just come here and paste it here so that we can actually just see everything together. And for now, I'll just close this guy up so we have more space. Okay, so what we want is that in this state where it is now, we don't want this menu to show. Okay, so in this nav links mobile hide, we don't want the menu showing. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll say left and I'll say minus 100%. Now that's because we've already set the absolute positioning up here and we set the left to 0. So in this nav links mobile hide, we are just updating that left position to minus 100%. I'll go ahead and save and let's see what happens. So you see, now it's not displayed on the page. It's only when you then click on this hamburger icon that we want that menu to slide in. Okay, so that's why we are having this animation of slide in. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create the sliding animation very quickly. So I'll just come below this guy here and I'll create the animation. I'll say at keyframes. So keyframes, and the name of the animation we've already set to slide -in. Right now I'm going to say that at 0%, let's open that up, I want the transform. So I'll say I want to transform it to on the x-axis. So transform on the translate on the x-axis, and for it to slide in, you know, first is at what am I trying to say here? Okay, so first we've made it on the left minus 100%. So I'll come here, I'll say at 0%, at 0% of this keyframe. What am I saying? I want it to be minus 100%. So it slide out of the page. Now we're then going to duplicate this and say that at 100%, we're then going to take it back to the original position, which is 0. In other words, it's going to be displayed on the page. Okay, so this is the first keyframe, right? I think I would like us to test it out, but for us to appreciate that, you know, smooth transition, we're going to have to set a transition property on the main ID here. So I'll just come down here, I'll say transition to make everything smooth. You know what, before I even set the transition, let's just test it out so that you can appreciate what the transition is actually doing. So I'll click here, and as you can see, it slides out. If I click that, it disappears instantly. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll set the transition. So transition, and I'll say all, and all transitions should happen over 0.3 seconds. So that will just make everything really smooth. Now there's one more thing we've not done. We've not set the slide out animation. So we can actually just duplicate this sliding animation. This is a lot of CSS we're writing here, even if it's not a CSS course, but anyway, let's just finish up. So for the slide out, we are going to just invert what we have here. So this is 100 minus 100%. So we're going to say that initially it's going to be at 0% because that's where the sliding animation ends. Then we're going to slide it outside, so back to minus 100%. Okay, and that's all. If you go ahead and save, now let's come here and test it out. It slides in, it slides out. Okay, it slides in, it slides out. Okay, so basically that's how you can simply add like a mobile menu like that. So there's just one more thing we need to do. Let me just slide this out, right? at some point when it gets to, before it gets to the mobile width of 600, you see that it doesn't really look good. This guy here, this button here is distorted, so we need to fix that using media queries also. So but first off, let me expand this guy. First off, we're going to need to find a way to identify this link. Okay, so for this last item here that we made a button, I'm going to give it a class name of, I'll say nav-btn. Okay, so that's the class name I'm going to give it. I'll save that, and then I'll come to my CSS, and I'm going to add a new media query. So before the media query for the mobile width, I'll add a media query, another media query. So I'll come here, I'll say at media, okay, screen, and actually measured the width of the browser at this point, so somewhere around like a tablet, right? That's where that button starts to get really distorted, and the width is 769 pixels. So here I'll just say max hyphen width of 769 pixels, so 769 pixels, and then I'm then going to target the nav button. So this nav button, which is represents this last list item here, and I'll set the display to none and save that. Let's see. So I don't think it has actually taken. Let me just make sure. Media screen max width of 769 pixels, so px, that's where the problem was. If you save that now, this button should, yeah, so you see the button is out. But the only thing is, even when you get to the mobile width, you don't see the button. So we're going to have to, you know, display this button in the mobile media query. So I'll just come here, this is where the media query starts. I'll paste that in, and I'll say that I want the nav button to be displayed, so I'll just set it to block. So block, and then I'll save, and you see it shows up. So everything is sorted out as far as media queries is concerned. So if I shrink this out, you see, and the button shows, button goes, and mobile menu. Okay, so that's basically how everything is just going to, you know, work out. So our mobile menu is set. The next section we're going to work on is the header section, and let's get started. All right, now so for the header, let's just actually close the navbar, and we're going to still come back to the navbar, but for now let's just be in the header. So I'll just go to my header, and I'll open my header.js. So that's where I'm going to start. So first off, we're going to need to have an image, right? So what I'm going to do is, let me just copy my images folder. It's actually an asset folder. So this is the project I'm currently working on. I'll go into the source folder, and inside this source folder I'll just paste in the asset that I need. So let me just copy that from my other screen, and I'm going to paste it in here. Now, so I'm going to leave a link in the description specifically containing the assets, that's the images we're going to need for this project. So if you just look down in the description, you'll be able to download the images we use. Okay, all right, so we have the assets folder in place. All right, now the next thing we want to do is, let's start, you know, writing the markup for this guy, this header section. So first off, I'm going to import the CSS file, so like so, and I don't know why this thing is taking so long. Anyway, I'll import the CSS file, and then I'll also import the image that I need. So I'll come down here and I'll say import, and the name of the image is phone. So sorry, it's a small letter, so phone, and header. That's how I choose to name it. So from, I'm importing it from, so first off I'll go one step up, another step up, and then into the assets folder. Then I'll then target the specific image, and the name is phone header, I think. No, yeah, it's phone header BG. I don't know why I added BG there, but then anyway, let's just move on. So having imported the few things we need for that, let's come into this markup area. So for this place here in the return area here, we're going to change this to a section, and this section is going to have an ID of header. Let me just be sure. Yeah, so it's going to have an ID of header, and let's get rid of what we have here. So in here, we're going to have a div with a class of container and a modifier class of header. So you see here that for this container, now we are getting this container CSS from our index.css file. Okay, so basically styles that we want to be able to access all over our application, I like to place them in my index.css file. So you see in our navbar we use container class. Now in the header we're also using container class. All right, so let's continue. Now inside of this header div, we're going to have two divs. The two divs are going to be placed. Let me just expand this. So we're going to expand this, and let me show you so that you can follow along properly. So they're going to be placed one on the left and one on the right. So now I'll come here and I'll say header left, header, come on. So header hyphen left, I'll hit tab there, and I'll just duplicate it and make this header right. Okay, so that's how we're going to proceed and add styles to our project. So in our header left, what do we have? So the first thing we have is this bold text here. Let's implement that. I'll say h1. So it's going to be a h1, and just heading, not really going to have any class. Then inside of that heading, we're going to have 3 spans. So I'll do span and duplicate it 3 times. So the first span is going to contain this guy here. So let me just grab it, come back here and paste it in. Then I'll grab the second line, come back here and paste it in. Then I'll grab the third as well. I'll come back here and paste that in. Control V. Now I don't actually need to make all of this capital letter. Like, I actually made it small letter in the project. We can capitalize it in CSS, but I mean, just to speed things up a little bit, that's why I'm copying and pasting. Then the next thing is we're going to have a paragraph. So let me just say P, and the paragraph is going to contain this text. So I'll just grab the text as well. I'll copy that and then I'll paste it in. Control V. Great. Then what do we have next? This line, we're going to implement this line with CSS. So then we have our button. Now for the button, right, it doesn't make sense that we are starting to create a new button here when this button looks exactly like what we have here. So this is a very nice place to extract this button and make it a UI component. Okay, so just watch how I'm actually structuring my files. We have the components folder. Inside of that we have several components. Then we have this UI folder. So inside of this UI folder, any element or any component that I will reuse in different sections of the page, that's where I'm going to create it. So for now, what I'm going to do is inside of this UI folder, I'm going to create a button component. So I'll create a new folder and I'll just call it button. It's a folder, so it's going to start with a small letter. Okay. All right, so within this button folder, I will then create a button component. So I'll just do new file and I'll say button.js, and I'm also going to do a button.css. I made a mistake with that. I'll just correct it. So I'll say button.css. Okay, so let me just correct the button.js. Let's click and rename file. So it's not comma, it should be a dot. All right, great. Now, of course, let's quickly create a component here. So RAFCE, and we have a button component. So let's import button.css first. Import button CSS. Now, this button component we want to create, it's just going to be a regular link. Okay, so this div here, I'm just going to convert it to just a link, so an a tag. This a tag, you know what, let me just actually just create an a tag so that we can follow. So I'll just create an a tag and tab it. So you see the a tag is demanding for href. Now we're going to have certain props in this button, so let me just put my curly braces here. One of the things we want the button to, unique properties we want the button to have, is the text inside of the button. So I'm going to come here and say text. And where is that unique property called text going to be located? It's going to be located inside between the tags here. So I'll just say text here as well. Another unique property is the href. This href that you see here, that's going to be a unique property. But before we even talk about the href, the style of the button, whether it's a button with this, you know, transparent background and white border, which we call button light, or it's button orange, in other words, the one with an orange background like this one. Okay, so you know what I'm going to call that property? I'm going to call it button class. So I'll say btn and class. So these are props we're actually giving this component, and that btn class is going to be inside of, so I'll say class name, and I'll set that to, there's actually something I did on my Visual Studio Code. So if I want to do class name with an expression, I just press CNN and it will just give me that stuff here. So first off, I'm going to add some backticks here, because first I want all buttons to have a class of btn. Then I now want the special button class, which will be decided by me. So I would use my $sign to, sorry, where's my $sign, and like this, to add a new expression, and that's where I will then put my btn class. Okay, so this is the second prop. Then the last is going to be the href. So where is the button going? I'm going to call it href here, right? So this href you see here is going to be, the value is going to be an expression as well, so it's going to be this href prop. Okay, so as it is now, I have structured my button with the unique properties every button should have, which is the text, the button class, and the href. I hope you're following. All right, great. Then let's add the styles for our button CSS. Now we're lucky because we don't have to actually start writing fresh styles for our button CSS. We already have them in the navbar. So let me show you. So nav and navbar.css. So basically all we just need to do is to grab the styles from the a tag. You know, buttons are actually just a tags. So where is it? Yeah, so nav links, and then so nav links and a. So I'm just gonna grab these styles. Just follow me and watch closely, and I'll go down button orange up to button orange. Yeah, and then I'll just copy it and come to my button CSS. Where's my button CSS? Okay, UI button CSS, great. And then I'll just paste them here. Now the only thing is we don't have this nav links class in, if you come to the button JS here, we don't have a nav link class, it's just the button directly. So I'm going to get rid of all of these .nav links, and I showed you how you can do that. Control Shift and H, it will tell you what do you want to delete. So I'll just say .nav-links, and I want to replace it with nothing, and it's just the ones in the button. So apparently it's just 2 times it appears. So I'll just click that, and you see we just have our links. Okay, so that's a useful trick. So basically this is it as far as, you know, but the CSS for the button component is concerned. Now I'm going to save this guy here. Right, it's saved. But the first thing we need to do is let us replace this button in our navbar. Let's replace it with this button component. If we can replace it successfully with this button component, then we can use this button component anywhere. Okay, so forgive me for actually going back to the navbar section, even though we finished it. I'm going to go to navbar.js. Okay, and where's our button? This is our, yeah, okay, so this is our button here. Link. Okay, great. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll comment this out, or first I'll duplicate it, then I'll comment this first one out so that you can actually see how two of them relate. So instead of having this link inside here, right, let's actually just delete the link. Okay, so let's add the button component. So I'll say button, and okay, let me see if I can auto import it. Yeah, so this time it's working. So I'll click on that, and what I did here is I press Control and space. That's how you can auto import stuff, you know, when you have a component. So let's go on ahead and fill in the props for this component. So the first is a text prop, and we're going to set it to be equal to, so in this previous button now we have learn more. So let me just make it something different. Let me say get started, so that we can actually just know that we are, you know, working with the button component. So get started, it's text, so I'll still need to wrap it around quotes. Then the next prop we have is the, oh, let me be sure, sorry, is the btn class. So btn class, and we're going to set it to this one is going to be, let's just say button dark. Okay, so btn hyphen dark. Then the last one, the last prop is the href prop. So href, and we're going to set that to hash FAQ. So this button is going to take us to the FAQ section. And oh, I still need to wrap this around quotes because it's supposed to just be text. So you need to pay attention to that also. Okay, great. So basically we've been able to what's it called? We've been able to write out our button components here, but I want to use these styles now. I'm assuming that they are coming from the button component. So btn dark, if you go to the btn css, you see that we have this btn dark, right? So I'll actually come up here and import that css file so that I can access the styles inside. So import I think it's // and UI, then // then the button folder, then / btn.css. So I can access any css class inside of this file from this component. That's basically what I just did here. Now let me go ahead and save that, and let's see how it's affect our page. Okay, great. So you see earlier we had, let me show you, earlier we had this is get started, and I still use get started. So I'm going to change this to learn more, just to be sure that it's this button component that is displaying here. So I'll change this to learn more, learn hyphen more, and then I'll save, and let's see what happens. So let me refresh the page. Okay, great. So you see now we have learn more. So effectively we are using this button component in the navbar. Okay, that's fantastic. Now that we have a component that we can use in the navbar, what that means is that in our header section we can also use that component. Okay, I hope you're following. So I'll go to my header section, right, and let's see where we are. So we're in this point where we need to add the buttons. Okay, great. So that's going to come after the paragraph, I guess. So after the paragraph, I'm going to add a div with a class of button hyphen CTA, which like stands for button, sorry, header CTA. So header, which stands for header call to action. Then inside of that, we're going to have two button components. So I'll say btn, sorry, button. It's a component, it needs to start with a capital letter. So I'll say button, and then I'll also auto import it, and then let's close this first one. So this first button is going to have the text is going to say, what did the text actually say? So get started and how it works. Okay, great. So here I would say text, and I'll set it to get started. That should be get started, and the btn class. So btn class, set that to be equal to it's a, oh, I'm making the same mistake I made before, so I need to, sorry about that, let me just drag this here. So this needs to be in, it's a string, so it needs to be around quotes like this. So the btn class for this one is going to be btn-orange. Remember, we changed the name of the class to orange. Then the last thing is the href. So the href is going to be, where do we want this button to go? For now, I'll just say I don't want it to go anywhere. Okay, great. Now I'm going to duplicate, sorry, this needs to be in quotes as well. So let me just, yeah. So let's duplicate this guy down and change the properties. So this first one, is it btn orange? This first one is btn dark is the next one that is btn orange, and the next one is, the text is going to say how it works. So how it works, okay. Then the btn class btn orange href is going to go to let's just leave it blank as well, or let's just push it to FAQ, something bottom at the bottom of the page. Now let's go ahead and save and see what happens on our page. Great. So you see, we already have the button. It has, grabbed the styles that, are associated with the button. Ideally, we should actually still import the button styles. Okay. So it will be something like this. So I'll say import, and then, sorry, forward slash, forward slash, and then we'll go into the UI folder, and then we'll go into the button folder, and then we'll then import the button.css. As it stands now, right, this file, this header component, can actually access styles from all your CSS file. Okay, so there's a way you can make it such that a particular CSS file is strictly only accessible by a single component, and we cover that in the course. Okay, so but let's just continue. So we've been able to add the button components. Okay, now let's come to the div with the class name of right, and let's know what we want to do. So where are we exactly? So we've done this part, so we are here. So this part, we're just going to add an image, so it's pretty straightforward. So I'm just going to come here and say image img, and the source is going to be that image we imported. So, and we called it phone header, I think. Yeah, that's what we called it. And I'm just going to give it an alt of phone. So I think that's it for the initial part. Now there's also this animated mouse here, right? But I don't want us to actually style this now. We're going to do it like after we've styled the header proper. So let's go ahead and save, and let's see what we have. Yeah, so this is what we have. It doesn't look great, it doesn't look good, but we're going to use CSS to beautify it. Okay, and that's what we're going to do next. So for our CSS, right, let's just open the header CSS file. I think I'll just close all of these guys just to make this thing, less cluttered. Then I'll open my header CSS file, and let me just shrink this guy up so that I can appreciate the styles I'm adding. Okay, so this is fine. Now, so let's start by targeting the header class. And for that, we're going to do display flex. Remember that the header class is the guy that contains both of these, both the text and the image. So display flex will put them one on each side. Then let's do justify content. justify content. We'll set that to center. Let's align items. This time we're going to do flex start. Save and let's see what happens. Okay, so it doesn't really change much. Okay, no wahala. Let's continue. Now we're going to target this H1. This H1 you see here, and you notice that these guys now, they are, they are not displaying well. I mean, for the column on the left, the div on the left. So what we can do about that is we can just, before we get to that point, we can just target the left side. So let me take a closer look at this stuff. I think maybe there is an issue with the markup. So let me expand this and just inspect the markup a little. So that button should actually be inside this header left div. And if you look very closely, you see that it's outside. So it's, so what we need to do is we need to move this whole button header CTA div and just move it up like that. If you save that, so basically what will happen is that you will now have a div left and div right. So if you save that, I think that should definitely solve the problem of this button. Exactly. All right, so let's come and continue our CSS file. Yeah, so forgive me about this. So where we stopped is header and flex, display flex property. So now we are going to start targeting it from top down to bottom. So the next thing we have after the header is the H1. So I can just say dot header and H1, open that up, and we're just going to add some properties for the H1. Font size, we're going to set to 4M. Then we're going to have the line height. Line height is going to be set to 1.4. Let's do the text transform. So you know what I said earlier when I was writing the markup? I said that it was initially small letters I used in the markup, that it's from the CSS I did text transform and set to uppercase. Okay, that's what I'm doing here. Then of course I'm going to set the color to white. So let's just do a variable and white. Oh, I guess that did not take. So white, color hyphen white. Then let's set the, so let's actually save that and see what we have first. Oh, so everything is just bold. Okay, then let's set the position to relative, and you see why we're doing that shortly. We're going to set some padding on the bottom also. So padding bottom, and we're going to set it to 2rem. So just to space things below. So you see there's some space here. Great. So this is not how we want all of the text to look, but remember we had this span class we placed on the text in our markup. Great. So that's what we're going to take advantage of right now. So I'll come here, I would say dot header and H1, then sorry, that should be H1, then I'll then target the span. So the span is where I will now set the display to block. What this will do is that it will put each span on their own line. So if you save that, you would see that, okay, you see that everything begins in its own line. Great. Then now we are then going to target, let me just actually show you what we're trying to achieve. So you see this first one is bold, but you see these last two, they are tiny. The font weight is tiny. Okay, so I don't think I set a font weight for the header itself. I think I just left it like that, but ideally I should set a font weight. So let me font size, let me set a font weight. So font weight, and let me see, I think maybe 700. Let's see what 700 looks like. Okay, so I think 700 is fine. Great. So okay, I actually used 800. That's what I did. I used 800, I remember. So I'll say 800. So 800 is going to be for everything. So let's come here. So you see, now what we're going to do is we're then going to target the span for the remaining two. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll just say H1. Let's just go straight to H1 and then span. So what we're looking for is the nth child. So the nth child 2, which represent the second one, and I'll add a comma here, and end child 3, which represents the third span. Then I would open that up and I'll just grab this font weight property and I'll change it here. So in this one here, I'm going to change it to 100. Save, and let's see what happens. So you see, it now looks very similar to what we have here, except that the image is a little bit smaller. So we're going to sort that out as well. So what we have to do next is there is a line, this line here, right? We're going to do that with what is known as CSS pseudo elements. Okay, so let's get started with that. So what I'm going to do is I'll come down here, I'll say h1, you know what, okay, I'll just say h1. Then, you know, let me start from the header. So dot header, then h1, and then I'll say after. Let me just make it after. So this is how you write pseudo elements in CSS, right? So first off, you need to specify a content. Now, even if that content is an empty string, you still need to specify a content. Then you're going to set the position. In this case, it's going to be position absolute. Then by setting it position absolute here, note that you need to set the header itself to position relative. So that's why we actually set this position relative here. It's not just for nothing. Okay, so position absolute here. Then we're going to specify the coordinates. So from the left, I want it to be 0 from the left. From the bottom, I want it to be 0 from the bottom. Then we're going to set the width. So I'll set the width to 65% of the container width. So 65%, and I'll set the height to 2 pixels or 1 pixels for that matter. Lastly, we're going to set a background color. So we can just say background, and we're going to use the variable, and we're going to say white. If you save that, you see a very nice line at the bottom. So that's what all of these properties did, this line you see here. So what we have to do next is we have to add some styles for the paragraph. The paragraph. That's what we have next. So I'll come here and I'll say dot header, and dot header hyphen left. So let's target the paragraph on the left. There needs to be a p here, so p. So what are the properties we need here? Well, we definitely need a font size. So font size is going to be set to what font size did I use? I think I used I can't exactly remember the font size I used, but let me set the other properties. So first off, I'll come and give it a margin. So if you look very closely, you see that this paragraph is too close to the line and even the button. So we're going to say that margin for the top and bottom should be 3 rem, left and right 0. I think there's something missing here. Okay, great. So the closing curly braces. Then we're going to give it a width of 70%. 70%. So we don't want it to span to extend to the end of this guy here. So you see, it's dark, it's still dark. Now for this paragraph, because we're going to have paragraphs in different places in the project. So this is a paragraph. If you scroll down, right, these are paragraphs. Everything you see here, do you understand? It doesn't make sense that we are writing the styles for the paragraph in individual CSS file. What we can do is we can create a utility class so that utility class can be used on any paragraph you use on your website. Okay, so that's what we want to do now. So I don't want to write the paragraph styles here. What you can do is let's expand this guy and let's come to our index CSS. Remember I said that index CSS, there is where you write styles that you want to use, you want to be able to access anywhere from your application. So I'll come to index CSS, and just after this guy here, I'll add a comment. I'll say text styles, STYLES. Okay, great. Now the first utility class I'm going to write for this one is going to be the paragraph style. So just a minute. So I'm going to say .u. So anytime you are creating a utility class, it's always good to indicate so that when you're using it anywhere in your page, you know that it's a utility class. So I'll say .u, then I'll then say hyphen text. Okay, but if you notice very closely, you see that that text is very small. So I'll say small, so that if I need to create a paragraph that, you know, it's a little bit bolder or bigger, I'll then give you maybe text large, something like that. Here we're going to set the font size, font Z, to 1.2 rem, so really small text. Then I'll set the line height. Line height is going to be set to 1.4, and we're going to set the font weight to 300. Okay, so that's the first utility class. But you know what, I'm also going to do one more. So I'll say .u hyphen text hyphen light. This is going to be for the color. So here I'm just going to specify the color, and the color is just going to be white color. Then let's duplicate this one and say text dark. Then this color is going to be our, I think I have a variable for dark text. So you see dark text. Okay, great, I do. So I'll come here and say dark text. Save that. And as far as text paragraph is concerned, we can use these styles anywhere inside of our page. So I'll come to my header.js, and where's the paragraph? So this is the paragraph. All I just need to do is to give it a class name of utility hyphen text hyphen small. Then we can also give it the utility hyphen text hyphen light. So I know it's like we are starting to add multiple classes, but then it's just for the text, because we're going to use text everywhere anyway. So let's come back to our page and let's see what we've done. So you see the text has already taken shape, and this essentially this area here has taken the shape we want it to take. So all we need to do is to just, you know, continue styling the other side of the box. So where are we? So we're going to come back to our header CSS file, header CSS. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but for some reason I'm not able to. Oh, okay, so I just needed to close this guy up. Okay, great. So all right, so now for the, let's continue adding our styles here. So where are we? So we are just at this point here. So I'll just come here and say dot header hyphen right, which contains the image. So I'll just say img, and I'll give it a width of 90% of its container, and save that, and it should take shape almost immediately. Great. So you see, so far we've just been able to, you know, style this up and it looks good. There's a problem though. The problem is that for this button we have some margin on the left. Here we have some margin on the left. So I think that is coming from, not from the button class, but from the nav bar. So let me go to the nav bar very quickly, nav bar CSS, and you know what, I'll just search for margin, so I know where margins, all the margins are. So let's go up. So you see a dot button and margin left. So this is where our margin is coming from. So let me comment it out and save, and I think that should be addressed. Then I think I need to look at my button .css file also, because I copied the styles. So margin left 1 rem here, and save that, and let's see. So you see, so it's gone, and it's actually okay like this because you can see that there's a space between the two of the buttons. So basically that's it. So at this point we are almost done with the header section, but the only thing is if you shrink up this header section, right, you see it starts to get it starts to get distorted. So we need to add some media queries for the header section. So I'll come back to my header CSS. I can close all of these guys I'm not using. So header CSS, yeah. So we're going to add the media queries for the header CSS. So first off, I would add a single media query for when it's at the tablet level. So screen, and let's open a bracket and say max width, max hyphen width, and we're going to target the tablet, and we're going to say 769, I think 769 pixels. Yeah. So basically at somewhere around here we want to change the font size of the header. So I'll just say header and the h1. So initially the h1 was like maybe 4 rems, so I'll just change it to 3 rems. Font size of 3 rem. Okay, so that's one. Then I'm going to now focus on the mobile view. So when it's like this, how do we do that? Well, let me just copy this guy, or let me just duplicate it downwards, and I'll just change this to 600 pixels. So 600. Great. So the first thing we want to do is we want to change the orientation of this guy. So I'll say dot header, it should be header, and I'll set the flex direction to column. Save that, and it will just change the orientation. So you see it has actually changed the orientation of everything. Then doesn't look good like this, so let's keep adding some queries. So I'll say dot header left, I'll add a comma, and I'll also do dot header right. Okay, because these styles I want them to apply to both of them. So we're going to say display flex. Let's set the flex direction to column. Let's justify content to center. Let's also align items to center. Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to just center everything, because you see it's at the left side, left edge here. Then let's set the text align also to center. So I'm centering the life out of this component. Then I'll set the margin to 0 and auto. Save that, and everything should be in the center. So you see, but you see this top here, this header left here is too close to this phone. So I'll just grab this header left guy here. Let's come down and paste it in, and set some margin on the bottom. So margin bottom to, let's just do 4 rem. So that's going to push this guy down, which is apparently fine like that. Then okay, this line here, we also need to adjust the position, so we want to center it as well. So you know what, let me just grab the line, I think it's this one. So header after, and where is our media query? So come down here, paste that in, open it up. So what we want to do is we want to say that from the left, we want to change the position of the left. So left, we're going to position it 50%. If you save that, it will still distort it, so it has moved it 50%. But there's a trick you can use. We can then use our transform, and then we'll translate on the x-axis to minus 50%. That will now center it perfectly. Okay, then this header image is kind of big, so let's reduce it a little bit. So I'll just say dot header right and the image, and let's give it a width of 80%. So it was 90% initially, but now we're setting it to 80%, so it should be smaller. Okay, so if you scroll, you see that it looks a lot better than right? All right, so at this point we can say we are like maybe 90% done with the header. The only thing we've not implemented is this floating button here. Okay, so that's what we're going to do next. Okay, now let's implement the floating icon. So I'm going to, let's bring this, minimize this and come back here. So we need to add some markup to our header JS rather. Now the floating icon is going to be relative to the header section. So this section with an ID of header, that's what the floating icon is going to be relative to. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down just after this div. Okay, we're going to add another div of floating hyphen icon, and inside of that we're going to have an a tag. This a tag is going to go to features, so I'll say hash features. Features is the next section we're going to build, and inside of this one I'm going to add an icon. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm just going to grab the icon instead of looking for it in React icons. I'll just grab it. I already know what I want to use, so you can just copy it. So let me just paste the icon here. So this is the name of the icon, BS mouse. Okay, I'll copy this icon and scroll down here, and I'm going to paste the icon in like so. This icon is going to have a color of white, so I'll just do hash FFF and like so. Then it's going to have a size property of 25, but I'm also going to give it a class name. So that class name is going to be mouse, and you'll see why I'm giving it a class name shortly. Okay, so now we are done with this area here. So what we need to do is let's save that and come to our header CSS. So it should be somewhere. I think I may need to refresh this page. So this is our icon here, right? So what we need is we need to put it at the middle, and we need it floating, that animation there. So let's go to our CSS file, header CSS, and let's above our media query. So this is it. So I'll start with the floating icons. I think it's singular icon, not icons. Okay, and this one we are going to give it a background color. You know what, I'll start with width. So width of 5 rem, height, it actually makes sense to give it a background color first, but anyway, let's just continue. So height is going to be 5 rem, so I'll just give it a background of, it's going to be a variable color blue. So there is a color light blue, so light blue. Let's save that and actually see what we have. So you see, so we just have this guy here. I think we can maybe just shrink this guy up a little, then, or maybe this one is better. Okay, great. So then I'm going to give it a border radius of 50%. That will make it a circle. So save. All right, great. Then let's do display flex. So we want to center what is inside. So I'll say display flex. Come on. Yeah. Then justify content, center, align items, center as well. Okay, save that and let's see what happens. Well, so it's partly centered, it's not fully centered, but we're still going to fix that. Then let's do position. We're going to set the position to absolute. Then we're going to say that from the left we want it to be 50%. Then we're going to do from the bottom, we want it to be 0. Now for us to do a position absolute on this floating icon, right, let me show you something from the header. So this is the floating icon. For us to put a position absolute on this floating icon, this guy here, we need to put position relative on the section because it's supposed to be relative to the section. Okay, that's what I wanted to point out. So I'm going to scroll up just before this guy. I'll say hash, come on, header. Open that up, and this one is going to be position relative. Okay, so let's come down here. So position absolute, let's save this first and see what we've done. So you see it's here, 50% from the left, but for us to perfectly center it, because it's not perfectly centered now, well, it looks like it's centered, but just to make sure you're doing the right thing, you still need to set the transform property, and then you then translate on the x. So translate x to minus 50% and save. Okay, so you see now it's perfectly centered. Great. Then one more thing, we're going to set the cursor to pointer. So when you hover on it, if you save this guy, when you hover on it, it looks like it's clickable. Okay, all right, so what do we do next? Let's target the a icon, the link icon inside of this floating icon class. So I'll say dot floating icon and then a. One of the things I want to do to help you appreciate how this stuff works is I'll give this a icon a border of 1 pixels solid and white. Let's just be fast with this stuff and save that. Watch. So you see it's not actually centered inside of the floating icon div. So that's what we're going to fix here. So we're going to give it the same width and height. So I'll copy that, paste that here. Then let me save that first. Perhaps we can appreciate it so it's bigger. Then we'll give it a border radius of 50% as well. Position absolute. Then we're going to say that we want it from the left to be 50%, and we also want to transform it. Okay, I'll paste that in, save. So what is left now is for us to center this mouse icon inside of the a tag, and the way we can do that is we can simply just do display flex, justify content, align items. So I'll come here, okay, so I'll come here, I'll paste that in, save, and then the mouse will be centered inside. Great. So the very last thing we need to do is to add the animation on the mouse itself. So I'll come here, I'll say dot mouse, open that up, and first off I would say I'll do a transform, because you'll see where I'm doing the transform shortly, and I'll translate on the y-axis, minus 25%. Let's save that and see what happens. So you see it takes it up a little. Okay, now I will then do an animation. So animation, and the name of the animation, I'll call it bounce, and I'll say I want it to occur over 0.8 seconds, 0.8 seconds, and then I want it to be ease. Then I want it to continuously occur, so I'll set the this thing to infinite, and then lastly I'll set it to alternate. What this means is that when the animation finishes, it will start from the beginning like that. All right, then now it's time for us to create this bounce animation we just called. So I'm just going to come down here and see at keyframes. Okay, and okay, so I thought my code editor was going to do the shortcut for me, but it's fine. Then now I'll say at 0%, right, I want it to so let me just grab this transform I did here at 0%. Let me copy this guy. I want to set the transform to -25. Then at 100%, so one Ctrl Z, so 100. I want to do the transform to 25%, so I'll just remove the negative sign. Okay, so if you save that and let's see what happens. So you see it keeps bouncing like that. So as far as I'm concerned, we're done with this animation part. So let's expand it and see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. Now the thing is, when you click on this guy, it will smooth scroll to the next section, which is the feature section. So that brings us to the next section we're going to build, which is our features section. So let's get started. All right, so let's start building the features section. So first off, we're going to do some writing of the markup, and let me expand this stuff. And let's locate our features component, which is this guy here, feature.js. Okay, great. So now let's look at what the features section actually looks like. So this is what it looks like, right? So this is just going to be like a guide. So first off, we have this guy up here at the top. So you remember, if you look very, this is an icon we got from React Icons. So the first thing I want to do is I want to import that icon. So like I said, when it comes to importing icons, since I've already showed you, I'll just simply just paste the icon, so you can just, you know, get the icon from the finished project also. All right, so here we're going to make this a section. Oh, I don't think I've imported the CSS, so let me import features.css. Okay, great. So we're going to make this a section. Okay, so, and it's going to have a class name of features, sorry, an ID of features. So ID, and here we're going to have a div with a class of container first, then features second. So the first component in here is this component that contains the title and then some text with the icon. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call it, I'm going to give it a class name of title. So I'll say dot title, like so. And first off, we're going to start by placing the icon inside of it. So I will say, I'll just grab the icon name here very quickly and paste that in, and then I'll give it some properties. So we'll start by giving it a color, and the color is going to be set to white. So that's #FFF, and then we're going to give it a size property or attribute really, and that is going to be set to 30. Then we now have a h2. This h2 will simply say core features. Then we'll then have a paragraph. So remember, we already have a class name that we've used for our paragraph. So that's it's a utility class. So u-text-small, like so. Then I'm just going to grab the text. Where is it? Here. I'll just just grab this text, and then I'll just paste it in. Okay. Then the text is going to be dark, so I would also want to give it the u-text u-text dark. Okay, so that's already styled the what's it called, the text for us. Then I'm wondering why this is, you know, giving us this red squiggly lines. Oh, okay, because of this stuff here. So I made a mistake there. So yeah, so that's it. So now we're done with this title section here. What we need to do next is to add the fonts below it. but I think we should do it step by step. Let me just add some styles for the title section. So I'm just going to go to my feature CSS file, and I'll just say, oh, okay, so I need to be here, to so let me save this file. And so for the feature CSS, right, I'm going to say dot title, and let's open it up, and we're going to do text align to center. Then we're going to set a margin on the bottom, so margin bottom to 4 okay. Let's do the title, and let's target the H2 inside of it. We're going to do a font size of 2.5 rem. Let's do a font width of 300. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do a line height of 1.4. Let's transform to text transform. Let's transform it to uppercase. Then let's set the color to, oh, sorry, that should be color. Let's set the color to dark, so var and dark. Then I'm also going to set a margin, so margin of 1.5 rem top and bottom, 0 left and right. Save that, and as you can see, it's beginning to take shape. Then as for the paragraph, so title P, let's set the width to 50%. Okay, then I'll set a mean width to 40 rem. Let's see, margin is going to be set to 0 auto. Save that, and yeah, so that's it. There's one more thing. I can't actually see the icon, and I'm kind of wondering why. Oh, because I set the color of the icon to white. That's wrong actually. I'm supposed to set the icon to, so features, this color I used here, right, which I would actually just get, because I think I just used the text orange red, so I'll just come here and change that to orange red. Save, and now we can see the icon. Now there's something I want to point out to you, right? You see this configuration we have here, we're still going to use it somewhere else, exactly the same configuration, text configuration. You see this stuff here, FAQ section is identical. The only thing that is different is the icon. Okay, so what we can do is, instead of putting it inside of these features, I can take it let me just do Control X first, and I'll just open my index CSS file. So where's my index CSS? Index CSS, and I'll just say maybe title, and then I'll paste it in. But remember, we need to, anytime we're creating a utility class, we need to add a U in front of it. So I'll say this should be .u hyphen, okay, then I'll save. Now let me quickly just say at this point that at the end of the project, right, at the end of the project, we are going to create a utility.css file, right? We're going to create the utility.css file, and all of these styles are going to be, all of our utility styles are going to be transferred to that file. But for the sake of ease of accessing and all of that, I'm just going to put them here first. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out. So here, instead of just saying this class name of title, I'm going to say utility hyphen title, so u hyphen title, then I'll save. Okay, so I'll save this CSS file, open it, and let's go to our project, and you can see we still have this configuration set up. So the advantage of that is that when we create this other section here, this FAQ section, all we need to do is to just add or reference that utility class and everything will be fine. Okay, so basically to speed up our workflow. All right, so now let's add the remaining part of the markup for the feature section. So I'm going to go to features.js, and it's going to come below the title. So this is where the title ends. So yeah, great. So what we want to add here is the features content. So features hyphen content. Yeah. So this features content is going to have like two sections, one on the left and one on the right. So I'll say dot features hyphen left, like so, and then I'm going to also put one on the right. You know what, let me expand this guy. Yeah, so I'll change this to right now. But very lucky for us, on the left we only have the an image on the left. So I'm just going to come here and quickly say img, and like so, but I haven't imported the image yet. So I'll come here, I would import the image. I'll say import, and I'll call that image phone features, and I'll import it from. So let's go one step, another step, and assets folder. Then we have phone features png. Great. So here in our image source, we're going to put our curly braces and say we want to use phone features. And here I'm also going to just say phone as an alt text. Simple. Then the main thing now is to write the markup for this guy here, this very set of icons, text, and blah blah blah. So the way I'm seeing this thing, we can actually create a feature component. So this is features plural, but what I want to do is I want to create a feature component singular, and it's from that component that will then display all of this, you know. So I'll come to my features folder here, and I'll create two new files. So feature.js, and let's create another file, feature.css. Then there's one more file I'm going to create. I'll call it data.js. All right, so let's go on. Now inside of my features.js, I'm going to add the features component. Oh, I will not be able to add it yet because it's not a component. So let me just do my RAFCE very quickly, and now it's a component. Okay, so I'll just put something there. I don't really care. Then I'll come back here, and then I'll then reference that feature component, TURE, and like so. Great. I actually want to auto import it, but okay, yeah, so I can auto import it. So let's save, and let's actually see what we have done. Yeah, so you see we have this, you know, gibberish text here. So our feature component is well linked. Now it's in that feature component that will then create you know, this list of features. So let me come here and show you how we're going to do that. So I'll come here, and first off, let's import feature.css. So import /feature css. Okay, great. Then there are two icons that we're going to use from here. So if you go to the main project, you'll see that we have this icon here. Let me scroll down. So we have actually different icons are inside of this shape. So this orange red hexagon, if I'm correct, is actually an icon. So let me just grab those icons and use it. So it's, let me copy that, and I'll just paste that icon here. So it's called a BS hexagon. All right, great. So now let's write the return statement. So for this return statement here, this div, we're going to give it a class name of feature singular. Okay, so I need you to take note, this initial component here is features plural, while this one is feature singular. Okay, so we need to wrap this around. Okay, great. So now let's continue. So inside of the feature, we're going to have two sections, this icon and then this feature text. So here I'll say dot feature hyphen icon, I'll create that, and then I'll say feature text. Now inside the feature icon, we are going to create, let's start by creating the icon. So we're going to reference the BS icon. You know what, let me just actually just copy it and paste that in here. Okay, I'm going to give it a color of, so it's orange red. Then I'm going to give it a size. So I'm going to give it a size property, and that size property I'll set to 55. So it needs to be like this. So 55. Great. Then now this is the feature icon. Inside of this feature icon, I will then create another div that will be have a class of inner icon. So inner hyphen icon. Now this inner icon, let me just import another icon here, right? I'm not going to use it from here, but just for demonstration purposes, I'll import it here and I will just paste that in. Oh, come on, what am I doing? And close that. Okay, so this is for the icon section. That's this guy you see here. Now let's do the content. So the content is going to have sorry, the text rather is going to have h3 like so, and I'm just going to grab this heading here. It can be small letters, but we can use CSS to capitalize it. So but because I'm copying it from here, that's why it's capitalized. So I'll then grab the paragraph under it, and this paragraph we're going to use our utility class hyphen text hyphen small. So you see here that this utility class is actually helping us a lot, because instead of repetitively adding styles for a paragraph, we're just using this class and everything is working fine. So let me save this and let's see what we have so far. So this is what we okay, I think I may need to refresh this guy. So yeah, so we have it. So this is what we have. So how do we transform this to this guy here? So let's begin. First off, we're going to go to our CSS file. So feature CSS singular, and we're going to start by adding a class for feature, and let's open that up. So let's do display flex and align items. We're going to say flex start. Then let's add some margin on the bottom. So margin B, we're just going to do 2 rem. Save that, and that should split. What's going on here? So this is features. Oh, okay, I imported the wrong file in the feature, so it needs to be singular. And now I think it's going to work. Dot feature, let me make sure. So feature, it has the feature icon, and oh, okay, I think something is wrong here. This is the feature class and it's supposed to have 2 containers inside of it. So this feature icon ends here, I think. Then the feature text like this ends here. So I'm just trying to figure out why I'm not seeing my display flex taking effect. Just a minute. Something is definitely wrong. Let's take this thing a little bit slowly. So feature.js is imported correctly here. Oh, so I figured out what the issue was. There was actually no issue. I was just putting the style in the wrong place. So the features.js, the plural features, right? This is where I'm supposed to actually start adding my styles. So if I go to features.css, I can then add my, continue adding my styles here. So we're gonna start by adding some styles on .feature hyphen content, and that's because, you know what, let me move this guy here. So where is my features.js? I want to show you exactly what I'm targeting as I style. So this is what I'm targeting here. We have a features container and we have a title, then we have features content. It's in this features content that we now have features left and right. So is this features content I'm actually supposed to style first. So I'll come here, I'll say features content, and it should be plural s. Then I'll open it up. This is where I'm now supposed to put my display flex. So display and flex. Then I'll justify content and set it to center. Then let me do some styles for the features hyphen left, and for this one I'm just going to say flex 1. I'll set the flex no, I just want flex as a text, and I'll set it to 1. This should be hyphen left. Okay, great. Then I'll set the text align to center. That will center the image inside. Then I will then grab the image itself. So I think I can just copy this guy, paste that in here, and target the image. Now I don't want the image to be like this big, so I'll set the width to 65%. Okay, if you save that, you see that the image is a lot. Where is my image? Okay, don't worry, the image will come in on the scene shortly. Then I'll come here, I'll say dot feature right. Okay, let me just do hyphen right, and I'll set the flex also to 1. Save that, and you can see our image has appeared. So the image is a lot smaller, and we have the text and content here. So now we can now confidently go to the feature singular and the feature CSS, and we can continue where we stopped. Okay, so let's continue by targeting the feature icon. So I'll come down here, I'll say dot feature hyphen icon, and we're going to set the position to relative, and we're going to add some margin on the right. So margin right, and that's going to be 2 rem. Okay, then we're going to target the inner icon. The inner icon is this guy we see here, and I don't think we give the inner icon the I don't think we give it a size property. I'm not sure we give it a size property. So you know what, just a minute, let me just, anyway, I think I should just place it inside first, then we can then know what we want to do. So I'm going to come here, I'll say dot inner hyphen icon excuse me, and I'll set the position to absolute. Then I'll say from top I want it to be 50% from the top, also from the left. So left I want it to be 50%. Let's save that and see how it looks. So this is what it's going to look like. It's not centered. So what I'm gonna now do is I'm going to do a transform. So transform, and then I'll say translate, just regular translate, and I'll say minus 50% for the x, add a comma, minus 50% for the y. If I save that now, you see that we have it perfectly centered. Great. Then let's target the h3 because that's the last thing. So I'll say dot feature text. So this should be dot feature hyphen text, and we have a h3 inside of it. So I'm going to do a font size. Font size is going to be 2 rem. Font width is going to be 300. Then line height is going to be 1.4 as well. Text transform, not text align but text transform, is going to be set to uppercase. Then lastly, we're going to set the color to our variable color, and it's going to be light blue. Save that and let's see what we have. So you see, now as far as this paragraph is concerned, it's fine. We don't need to do any other styles because we've already added the utility class on the paragraph. Okay, great. So but it doesn't make sense to have to duplicate these 3 times. These guys you see here, it doesn't make sense to have to duplicate it 3 times. Let's actually put it into a list and we're going to map through that list. Okay, so this is something else that you're going to actually see how it works in React. So I'll go to my data.js. Remember, inside of our features folder we have this data.js. If you click on this data.js, you see that it's just an empty file. So what we want to do is we want to create an array of objects. So I'll say const, I'll call it feature list, like so, and I'll set it to be equal to an array. That array is going to have objects. Okay, now instead of actually like typing this, having to type this out one after the other, I would actually just paste it in. So don't forget that we're going to export this guy because we're not using it, we're using it somewhere else. So don't forget we're going to export it. Now what I'll do is let me get the icons I need, because we're going to actually get the icons from this file. So I'll just grab the icons I need and paste them here. So I'm going to need these 3 icons here. Then let me just quickly paste in the array, the objects rather. So they're going to be 4. I'm just going to copy them and I'll paste them inside here like this. So let's look at what we've pasted in. So we just have this is an array of objects, feature list. It has an ID 1 2 3 4. Then it has an icon, which is these icons we imported from React Icons. Then some heading and text. That's it. Okay, go ahead and save that. Okay, now in the what's it called, in the feature.js, not feature CSS, we're done with the CSS file actually. In the feature.js, let me close the index CSS, I don't need it also. Good. Now in this feature.js, instead of having this thing hard coded inside like the text, the heading, we're going to use props. So I'll come inside here and I'll just add my props. I'll say icon props, because the icon is going to be different for all the items here. So there are different icons. The heading and the text is also going to be different. So those are the 3 things. So we have the icon props, we have the title prop. Maybe I should just call it heading. So heading, and we have the text. Okay, great. So this prop, we're also going to then insert them inside of these guys here. So I'll come here and say heading, then I would highlight all of this text, and then I'll say text. Then for this icon here, this inner icon, the inner icons, they are different, they are unique, they are all different. So I'll just come here and reference it and say icon. Okay, then I'll save. So this is how our feature component is actually supposed to be. Okay, now we'll then go inside the features.js, that's plural. Now this features.js is what we now put this our feature component in. So how do we do this? We're going to map through the data, this data that contains the feature list. We're going to map through it. So how are we going to do that? Well, inside of this guy here, you know what, let me just calm down. I'll open curly braces and then I'll say feature list. Oh, first I need to import feature list from data.js. So excuse me, how am I going to do that? I'll just come down here, I'll say import feature list. Where do we want to import it from? Well, we want to import it from data.js /. So we're going to import it from data, so data.js. You know what, on a second thought, I'm just going to make this small letter feature list. So I'll go to data and I'll just make this small letter. That's because in React, if you start a const with a capital letter, React thinks it's a component. Okay, so anyway, let's just do it like this. I'll save that, I'll come back to my features and I'll just make this a small letter as well, so F. All right, great. Now we can then map through this feature list. So I'll come here inside of this my feature right component, and then I would just give a space there and I'll say feature list dot map. Okay, and basically I'll represent every individual object inside it as a feature. Okay, then let's use an arrow function to open that up, and inside of this guy we're then going to reference this our feature. So I'll just drag the feature inside it. Okay, so now how can we then display the properties inside of our feature list object? So the first prop we're going to reference is the key. That's because if you don't reference a key, then you get an error in your console.log that each item in the list should have a unique key. So I'm just going to set the key to, so I'll say feature dot id. Okay, I'll give a space and then I'll set the icon prop. So icon, I'll set it to feature.icon. Then I'll set also the heading prop to feature.heading. Then last but not least, I'll set the text prop to feature.text. Okay, and all things being equal, if we don't have any typographical error, let's save this and see what happens. So I'll come here and wait for this stuff to render. Voila. So you see here we now have all our features displayed here, and we are actually mapping through the array from our data.js. Okay, so I'm actually happy that we didn't have any error while we did this. Okay, well, this does not look very good when you come to, well, let me just shrink this up a little. So it's not looking bad, but when you come to a mobile with, everything just looks crumbled up, you know. So I'm going to add some media queries in my features CSS file. So let me just open that here, and I'll come to the bottom here and I'll just add a media query at media, and let's use the shortcut, so screen, and let's do max width of 600 pixels, so for mobile. Then I'll just set the feature content, so let's feature content this guy. I'll set the feature content and I'll set the flex direction to column. Save that and let's see what happens. And you see here we now have the phone on top and we have the text beneath it. Every other screen size like tablet, it actually displays fine, you know. So I think at this point we can say that we are done with the feature section. So the next section we have, let's go to our app.js, is the download section, and that's what we're going to do next. All right, so we're going to build the download section now. I give myself the liberty to open the download.js and css file. Okay, So now let's see the completed project as a guide. So this is what the download section looks like. It's really straightforward, so we shouldn't take so much time building it. Before then, we're going to need 3 icons. So you see this Apple icon, this guy, and this guy. Those are the 3 icons we're going to need in this section, and I'm just going to grab them because I already have them in the main project I built. So those are the 3 icons. So now let's get started. We are going to make this div a section tag, section with an ID of download. Okay, but before I even continue, there's something I want to show you. Right, in this project we're already building, if you click on this hamburger icon, this mouse icon, it will actually slide down to the next section. Okay, we already have that implemented with CSS. Anyway, let's continue. So for the download, what do we have here? So we're going to make a div with a class of container and a modifier class of download. All right, so the first item we have in the download is this text here that says social messenger blah blah blah. So I'll copy that and I'll come here, slot in my h2 and paste that in. And then below that we have some paragraphs. So p dot u hyphen text small and dot I think the text is white, so u hyphen text light, like so. And then I'll just grab this paragraph here. Come on. Okay, so I'll paste that in. Then next we're going to have these buttons here. So I will come down here and create another div with a class of download icons hyphen icons, as in plural. Then let's tab it. So this download icons is going to have 3 icons inside of it. So I'll say dot download icon, as in singular. That's where we'll now have all of these icons we created. So the first one we're going to use is this Android icon, which is this guy here. So let me copy that and I'll paste that in like a component, and then I'll just give a space and add a paragraph and say Android. Okay, so basically what I just need to do is to duplicate this twice. So 1 2, and then I'll change. Oh, this first one should actually be iOS, not Android. So I'll go grab the iOS, which is Apple, and I'll replace the first one, so iOS, and I'll change this to iOS as well, so iOS. Then the last one is Windows, so let's grab the Windows icon, which is this guy here, and I'll just come down and paste it in here, and here I'll say Windows. Great. So at this point I think we are almost done with this guy. Now, normally when we create an icon, we normally give them some attributes, like some properties, something like maybe size, for example. So size, and then I usually give it maybe something like maybe 25 or whatever it is we want to give it. In this case I want to give it a size of 15, but if I got to give it a size and a color, that means I have to repeat the same thing here and repeat the same thing here. Now, in a situation where I'm giving the icons the same size and the same color, there's actually a solution that React Icons has, so that you don't have to like type it multiple times, and that's what I'm about to show you. It's called React Context, Icon Context, sorry. So it's part of what I actually copied when I was bringing in the icons. And oh, I don't think I replaced the Windows icon. Let me quickly do that here. Yeah, so ideally I wanted to import icon context from React Icons, but I already pasted that in, so it's still fine. It's the same thing. Now let me show you how you can use this icon context. It comes from React Icons, by the way. I'll scroll down and I'll look at the div that houses everything. So you see here that this download icons plural. This div houses all of the icons. So I'll just go above that div and I would add a component here. I'll say icon, so it starts with a capital letter, icon context. Sorry, it should be icon context, like that, and I'll just tab it. Okay, now I'll take this closing tag, control exit, I'll cut it, and I'll surround it around the download icons, which apparently ends here. So I'll come down and add it there. So basically I just wrapped this div with icon context. Now it's this icon context, though it should not just be icon context, it should be icon context dot provider. So I'm going to correct myself. I'll say icon context dot provider. Okay, it's much similar to context API that comes with React. So now I'll then give the property, I'll state the property that I want all of these icons to have. In my case, I just want to set, you first need to set a value. So you set a value and it's going to be inside curly braces. Then you need to slot in the property. So you're going to need another set of curly braces before you then slot in the property. In my case, I just want to set the size property and I'm going to set it to 15. So what this will do is that it will apply this size property to all of the icons inside the icon context provider. Okay, I hope it's clear. I just wanted to use this opportunity to show you that React Icons actually has a solution for when you're using multiple icons and you want to give them the same property. All right, and all of this is in their documentation. You can check it out. All right, so I'll go ahead and save, and now we're going to write the CSS for the download section. And of course, in writing the CSS, let's go to we need to refresh this guy. All right, so this is what we have here, and so we have the text also. I just wanted to be sure. Now let's go ahead and write the CSS. So I'm going to look at this section first. So section and hash download. Now this section download, I'm going to give it this background, this linear gradient background. Now I want to introduce you to a tool that you can generate your linear gradient background from. So I'll just come here, and the name of that tool is cssgradient.io. so what you just need to do is, let me scroll down a bit. Okay, so this is currently the gradient. You can set how the dimensions, the degree you want the gradient to span to. So you see, as I'm moving this guy, the gradient is shifting. So I'll leave it somewhere around 45, like so. Then you can then specify the colors you want. So the first color, you can specify anything you want. The second color, you go ahead and specify what you want as well. Okay, I know this color I'm choosing doesn't really make sense, but I'm just trying to show you how to use the tool. So you specify the degree, you specify the first and the second color, then you have your gradients. If you scroll down, you'll see this code here, so you can just copy the second one. Okay, just grab the second one and you'll be fine. So but I already have the gradient I've created, and that's what I just messed up just now. So I don't think I want to start looking for the exact color. So I'll just grab the gradient I used in the original project. So let me minimize this. I'll come here and I'll paste it in. So this is the gradient I use. If you save that and watch here, okay, I really don't know why. Oh, I didn't import the download CSS. So let's import it. Import and download. So there should be ./download.css. Save that, and I think it should be home and dry. Oh, okay, something is wrong here. It should be download, capital letter, download CSS, and everything should be fine now. So by the time you scroll down, you see here we have our gradient. So I hope you appreciate that too. Excuse me. All right, so let's come back to our CSS and let's finish up. So right from this guy here, we want to set the text align. So we want to set the text align to center because everything is actually going to be centered. Then let's set the color to var and white. So that should be color hyphen white, and save that and watch what happens. So everything centered, everything white. Let's move on. Now let's add some styles for the h2. Excuse me. Now we've already added some styles for h2 before. That's this one here. But you know what, I'm just going to add my styles for this particular h2 because it's a bit different. So I'll come here, I'll say dot download and h2, open that up, make the font size 3 rem. But definitely you can actually find a way to, you know, take all your text styles like h2, h1 and all of that and put them in a utility file, utility.css file, so that you just need to make little modifications. This is how you can really get to speed up your work. So we're going to set the font weight to 200 and let's set the line height to 1.4. So if you notice there are some similarities. Text transform we're going to set to uppercase. Then let's set some margin. So top and bottom I'm going to do 1.5 rem and 0 on the left and right. Then I'll say, okay, there's something I want to do here. First off, let me just set some padding on the bottom. So padding bottom, I'll just do this one 1 rem and save. Okay, so this is it. Now if you look at the original project, you see that there's this line, and I've actually shown you how to add this line before, right? But you'll notice also that we also have the same line somewhere here. Now because it's only two, this is the only two places where we use the line, I think I'll just use CSS, just an additional CSS class, and add my line. There's no point making it into like a separate component and all of that, except you have a really large project and that line is something that you use in multiple places. So I'll just quickly do my thing here. So remember we did it before with a pseudo element. So I'm just going to come here and add my pseudo element after, and we're going to have to add a position of relative here, so that here we can then say, first off, let's add a content of an empty string, then we'll then say position of absolute, then we'll then specify like exactly the coordinates we want that position to take. So me, I'll just say that from the left I want it to be 50%, so that should be 50%, and from the right I also want it to be 50%. Then I want it to have a width, so width I'm just going to do 10%, so that should be 10%, and I'll set the height to 1 pixels, so 1 px. Then I will set the background to white, so var white. Then lastly I'll set the transform to, sorry, that's transform I wanted to write. So transform is going to be translate, and it's going to be minus 50%. This is actually to center it perfectly. So 50%, comma, then minus 50%. If you save that, let's watch what happens when you do. So you see, so, oh, this should be bottom, left and bottom. Is it bottom? Oh, okay, I made a mistake. Bottom. So bottom should not be 50%, bottom should be 0, because I want it to be at the bottom, right? So 0. Then this transform, the translate will be on only the x-axis, so capital letter X, and it's just going to be 150% we need. So that's why I got carried away. It happens to everybody anyway. All right, so we're done with this heading, and the text is also fine, so we don't need to add any styles for the text. So the last thing we need to do is to target the download icons, and we'll be done with this section. How do we do that? So I'll say dot download hyphen icons plural, and first off let's display flex. So display flex, let's justify content to center. Let's align items to center. Then let's add some margin of 2 rem around it. Save that and let's see what we have. Great. So what we then do next is we then target the individual download icon. Okay, so let me just grab this guy, Control C, come down here, paste that in, remove the S, and let's add some style. So start with margin of 1 rem top and bottom, 2 rem left and right. That will space it out a little bit. Let's add a border of 2 pixels, solid and white. So let's do #FFF, save time, and then let's add a border radius. So border radius of 5 pixels, 5 px. Let me scroll up a bit. Then let's give it a width of 12 rem. Let's save that and just see what we've done so far. So you see what we have here, right? But you see, we want it to be side by side, not one on top of the other. So I can actually just get this display flex property here, and you see the way we are using display flex in multiple places. If you're actually building your project with SAS, all of this is going to be super fast and super easy to use a particular, it's called mixins in SAS, and in SAS I cover all of that in my HTML course. Anyway, let's just continue and let's save this and see what we've been able to achieve. And you see they are side by side, but now we then need to add some padding. So I'll say padding of 1 rem. Then I'll set the font size to, oh, let's see, let me save it first. Okay, font size to 1.5 rem because we have some text inside it. Voila. So you see what we have so far. This is what we have so far, and it looks good in my opinion. I don't know, but it looks good. So let me come here, and everything is starting to make sense. Downloads. Oh, okay, I don't think this download is wired up properly. So but we're going to have a session where we test out everything. So for the next section now, we're going to work on the subscribe section. All right, let's begin. So guys, I've given myself the liberty to open the subscribe.js and subscribe CSS files, and let me just show you what we are trying to achieve. So this is what we are trying to achieve, these guys here. So I think we can do that really fast. So if you look at the subscribe section, you see that we have 4 icons here. So like we always do, I'm just going to quickly import that icon, but not before I import my CSS file. So subscribe CSS, then the icons. So these are the icons I need, 1 2 3 4. All right, so now as we've always done, let's change this to a section, and it's going to have an ID of subscribe. Yeah, like so. And then here we're going to have a div with a class of container and a modifier class of subscribe. Open that up and let's see what we have. So in the subscribe, we first have this text here, subscribe now, and it's going to be, I think it's, was it H2? I think I use H2. So it's going to say subscribe now, and it's going to have this exclamation mark. Then we then have a form, right? I'm going to remove this action here. This form, I'll just put it in a class of form control. I don't think I even used the form control. I'm not sure I used it, but anyway, let's put it inside form control. Then we're going to have an input. This input is going to be a type of text, and it's going to have a placeholder that will say, what does it even say? Enter your email here. Okay, so I need to type it out because I can't copy the placeholder. So it's going to say enter your email. I think I'll just leave it like that. Then it's going to have a button as well. So button will just simply be subscribe. Okay, so we're not really doing anything with this form, but yeah, Then lastly, we're going to have the subscribe icon, social icons. That's what I called it. So I'm going to say social hyphen icons plural, and each of them is going to have a singular social icon, social hyphen icon singular. Excuse me. All right, so we're just going to slot in the icons inside of them. So the first icon is Google Plus, so that's this one here. I'll copy that and I'll just paste that in here. Oh, I can't just paste that in here, I need to first wrap it. Control V, and then so I'll just duplicate this guy 3 more times. So 1 2 3, and the next one is going to be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So let's go there. So this is Facebook, like so, which is this one here. Then Twitter, this one here. Then Instagram, which is the last one, and this very one. Paste that in, and I think that's it for our markup. As far as the markup is concerned, we can say we are done. So let me refresh this page. All right, so this is basically what we have. Right now, let's go to our subscribe CSS and let's do some work. So I'm gonna shrink this up a little bit, and I'm gonna bring this out. So for our subscribe CSS, we're going to start by targeting the section with the ID of subscribe, and basically I want to give it a background image. So I'm just going to say background, and I'm going to type the URL, and let's look for the image. So 1 2, and we want to get to our assets folder, and then we need the subscribe bg subscribe bg.png. So that's it. So let's save and see what we have. And something is wrong, so let me look at it. I think I imported the subscribe.css file, and I'm wondering why this thing is okay. Let me refresh it and see. Oh, okay, so I probably need to check the markup again. So this is section sub. Oh, I made a mistake here. This should be subscribe. So if you save that, then everything should be fine here. We should be getting the so let me remove this. Okay, so it's still not picking, and I apparently don't know why. Section hash subscribe, then ID of subscribe, and it's imported here, subscribe.css. So I think the problem was still a typographical error. So this should be subscribe. Okay, and that should solve the problem. Okay, so we have our background image. All right, so let's rush through this part. This is going to be, let's do text align to center. That will just center everything inside of that guy. Then let's do background size. So background size, we're going to set it to cover, and we're going to do background attachment. We're going to set it to fixed. What this will do, this background attachment of fixed, what it will do is that it will fix that guy. So even when you are scrolling, you will still see the image, you know, fixed like that. It's a very nice effect. So now let's do some stats for the h2. So subscribe and h2, and ideally this is where I should just get angry and say, look, I've used this h2 like maybe twice here and here. Let me just create a what's it called, a utility class for the h2. but unfortunately I did not do it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'll just quickly write the styles, font size of 3 rem and font weight. But you can definitely create a utility class for h2 at this point. I give you the permission to pause this video, create a utility class h2 and use. So I'll just do line height of 1.4 and text transform uppercase, and I'll do some margin on left and right. I'll do 1.5 rem, top and bottom 0. Oh sorry, top and bottom 1.5 rem, left and right 0. Then let's do some padding on the bottom, padding bottom, and I'll just do 1 rem. Save, and we should have it looking a lot better. Oh, then I have to set the color as well, but I did set the color to, oh, I removed it. So here we can just set the color from here up top to white. So let me just use my var and white. So this should be color white, and that will just make everything inside this thing white, the section white. Okay, now let's target the form, this form here. So I'll come down here, I'll say form, and then I'll target all the elements inside the form, which is the input and the button. Excuse me. I'll give it a width of 100%. Then I'll give it a max width of 50 rem. So that should be 50 rem, 5. Then let's add some margin, top and bottom 3 rem, 3 rem, left and right auto. Save that, and this form is spaced out. Now let's target the form input. So form input, let's first of all add some padding, just padding, and we're just going to do 1 rem. Let's add a background, and I'll set that background to, are you serious? They want me to spell background like, let's set the background to transparent. Then let's set the border is going to be set to 1 pixels solid, and I'm just going to use this color 777. Then let's do border radius. Now this border radius is a tricky one. If you look at the main project, right, it's curved here, straight here, and then curved here. The button is curved at the end, so it's looking like it's just a single element, but it's not. It's actually 2 elements, an input and a button. So the way we're going to do the border radius, we're going to see on this, it's going to start from the left. So 5 pixels from the left, 5 px, 0 on the 5 pixels on the top left, 0 on the top right, 5 pixels, 0 on the bottom right, and 5 pixels on the bottom left. So that's how we're going to do it. If you save that now, you appreciate what we just did here. You see sharp at these 2 edges and it's curved here. Yeah, that's how to do that. Then we're going to set the color of this guy. I'll just go with FFF just to be fast, and we're going to remove the outline. So outline is going to be set to none. Then we're going to give it a width. So this width is going to be 80%, so 80%. Save that, and let's see what happens. Nothing happens because we have something missing here, the closing curly braces. Save that, and what's going on here? Oh, okay, so just a little delay. So now you see everything is looking a little bit better. So now let's style the button. So I'll come down here, I'll say form button, and I'll open it up, padding 1 rem, background. Are you like serious? I have to spell background every time. Anyway, background is going to be var, and we're going to use we have a variable For that, I called it form button. So form hyphen button. Then, so let's do the border radius. So border radius, and now from the top left, so it's going to be 0, 5 pixels on the top right, 5 pixels on the bottom right, and 0 on the bottom left. Save, and watch what happens. Why is nothing happening? Form button. Something should happen. So let me look at my subscribe.js and make sure that, so we have a button. Yeah, something should happen. Anyway, let's just finish up the styles. So border radius set, then let's give it a color of white, color FFF white. Then let's give it a font size 1.6 rem. Then let's add a font weight of 500. Save that. And I don't know if this stuff is refreshing, but I think I'm just going to refresh it myself, because this button should take effect. There's no reason why the button should not take effect. Oh, I guess it just needed a refresh. Then you see it has, like, I don't know, an outline, I think. So let me set the outline to let me remove the outline. There's something missing here. Oh, a border. So a border is missing, border property. So here I'm going to set the border property. So I'll say border, and I'm going to set it to 1 pixel solid, and it's going to have the same color of the form button. I'll copy that and just paste it in here and save, and now everything will look a lot smoother. Okay, then I think the form input, I'll give it a form, I'll give it a font size also. So I'll just say font size for the form input, and I'll just paste that in and save. Yeah, so everything is looking better. So what you can do is, what I can encourage you to do is look at the styles that are common to both the form button and the form inputs, like this padding, the font size, I don't know, is there any other thing? Look at them and group them into a single class. Okay, so you can actually do that and reduce your CSS. All right, then the last thing we need is the social icons. So I'll come here and I'll say dot social hyphen icons, and let's do a display of flex. Then let's do justify content. That's going to be center. Oh, what's going on here? So justify content is going to be center. Then we're going to align items as well to center. Okay, then the individual social icon, so dot social icon singular, we're then going to add the final styles. So first off, let's space them out. So margin is going to be 2 rem. Let's give it some padding as well. That one is not just 1 rem. Then we'll give it a width. So width is going to be 4 rem. So width, same height. So height. Then we're then going to give it a border radius of 50%. That will make a circle. So 50%. If you save that, you see a circle. Okay, we've not given it a border anyway. So let's go ahead and give it a border. So anyway, the border should come before the border radius. So border of 1 pixels solid and white. So let's just quickly do hash FFF and let's move that up. If you save that, you see your circle. Yeah, then we need to center the icon inside of it. So we can use this guy here, center it, display flex, justify content, and it will center these icons. Okay, now let's set the font size to 2 rem. and let's set the cursor to pointer. Save that, and voila, this is what we have. Now the last thing we're going to do is we're going to set a hover pseudo class on this social icon. So I'll come down here and say social icon pseudo class hover, and basically I'll just change the background color. So background, and I'll just set it to my light blue. So I'll use my variable and light blue, nothing blue. Save that, and you see, so but we need to allow the transition to be smooth. So I'll come here and say transition, let's bring that here, and I'll say all and 0.3 seconds. So save that, and the transition is going to be smoother. See that? Great. So the only problem with this guy is that if you come to the mobile with, oh sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. If you come to the mobile with, you see what happens to the button? It displaces the button. So we can solve this problem with a simple media query. So I'll come here and I'll say at media screen, and let's open a bracket and say max width, width of 600 pixels, and I'm just going to set the form input. So form input, and I'll set the width to 60%. So previously it was 80%. If you do that and you save, then everything will look better. Okay, so basically at this point I think we can say that we are done with the subscribe section. All right, so let's go to the next one, which is the FAQ section. All right, now let's quickly work on the FAQ section, and this is what we are trying to achieve. So we're going to have this section here with this accordion. So we're going to be able to close and open each of the accordion. Okay, and yeah, so let's get started. So first off, inside of our FAQ, I'm going to create two files. The first one is going to be question.js, so QUES question.js, and the next one is going to be a file or folder already exists in this location, escape. Oh, okay, I already created question.js and question.css. Oh, okay, I did that in the beginning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the very last one, which is data.js. Okay, all right, so we're good to go. Now for the FAQ section, it has this like title area here, which is very similar to what we have here. And remember that we created a utility class for that. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll just go to the core features. So where's the features section? I think it will be after this. Okay, so great. I'll go to the features.js, and I'll just, you know, grab this whole title section here. Okay, I'll just copy that, I'll close this, and then I'll paste it here. So but first off, let's do section. So section, and let's give it an ID of FAQ. Okay, here we're going to have a container div and an FAQ modifier class. Okay, it's inside here. We'll then place our, what's it called, title. So but you know, of course we need to change what's in it. So this one is going to say FAQs, like so, and of course we're going to change what it says as well. So let it just, you know, tally. So let's, and then of course we're going to change the icon. So for the icon, I will just grab the icon I used, I'll copy that, and I'll just paste that here. Okay, then I will then replace the icon with this guy here and just change it here, and then I'll save. And very quickly you see how we already have, you know, everything set. So that's the advantage of having utility classes. you can easily replicate styles, like very easily, okay, because we had this title as a utility class in our index CSS. Okay, so what we have to do next is we have to work on the questions part. So let me see. So questions.js, I'm opening that up, and let me create a component here. Great. So here I'm just going to have a h1 that will say, you know what, there's no need, I'll create it properly. Okay, so for this question.js, what we're going to do is we're going to get data to display our questions in this accordion format. We're going to get the questions and the answers from a data file. So you know what, so I'll just go to my data.js and I'll just paste in the questions and the answers. So let me just paste that in here. Okay, so just like we had before, it's an exported const questions and is an array that contains objects. So id, title, and answer. Simple. Save that, and let's go back to our questions. Great. So let's import all the necessary things we need. The first is the questions CSS file, this one. Then we're also going to need the questions, so we're going to need to import it from, so here I will say import so I'll say import icons. Okay, it's icons are actually meant to import, so I need this icon here, right? So there is minus and a plus icon. When you click on the minus, it becomes plus. So those are two icons we're going to use. So I'm just going to copy that import and just paste it in. So that's what we need for this our question part. Okay, great. So now let's structure how our question is going to look first. So this div here is going to have a class name of container and question. Then inside of this div, we're going to have basically we're going to have the question title and question answer. So here I'll say question title hyphen title, and just below it I'm going to have question answer. Okay, so let's space that out. Great. So this question title is simply going to be this heading here, so I'll just make it a h4. So I'll say h4, and here I'll just say where can I learn ReactJS. Okay, that's a question. Now what am I trying to do here? I'm actually trying to style how this single question would look before I then loop through the data from our data.js. So after this h4, we're going to have this icon here. So for that, I'm just going to have a button. Sorry, this needs to be small letter, like so. And basically this button, well, let me give it a class name of question icon. So question hyphen icon. But inside this button, for now, I'm just going to have a text. So I'll just say btn. That's going to be the text inside the button. Subsequently, we're going to use JavaScript logic, use state specifically, React hook to decide what shows and when. Okay, but the next thing we want to add here is the question answer part. So for the question answer part, I'm just going to add a paragraph. So I'll just come down here and let's add a paragraph, and let's add our text utility class. So that's u hyphen text and small, and then I'll just add some text here. So let's just say you can learn ReactJS. You know what, I'll just copy it from here. So you can learn ReactJS from xenotrustacademy.com. Yeah, so this is like the markup, how the markup will look initially. So let's go ahead and style this from our questions CSS file. So I'll come to questions CSS and I'll begin to add my style. So let's just be very quick with this. So dot questions, And of course, at this point, we need to be looking at the file we have here. And for some reason, I can't find my questions. Did I save it? Let's see. Oh, okay. I'm not seeing it because I've not imported it inside of the FAQ section. That's why. So let's see how we're gonna do that. So we're below this div with a class of title, which ends here. I'm going to have another one with a class of questions, plural. Yes, like so. And inside here, I'll just add my questions, TION, my question components. And I'm actually waiting for React to, yeah, okay. So I'll import it automatically and then I'll save. If you then come here, you wait for the page to re-render and you see the questions component displaying here. All right, so let's go back to the question CSS and add the styles we need. So first off, we're going to add a border around the question. So I'll say border. And it's going to be light blue. Save that and let's see if the style reflects. Okay, yeah, so you see it works. Now let me shrink this up a little bit. Yeah, so I think that's fine. Okay, let's continue. So here I'm going to say I want a border radius of 3 pixels. I want a width 60 rem. Oh, sorry, 90% first. Then a max width of 60 rem. Then let's add some padding on top. So padding top 1 rem. Let's add padding top and padding bottom. There's a reason why we're adding it like this, right? It's not as if we cannot add it in a straight line. I don't want to alter the padding that comes already with the container, right? The container class. That's why I added it like this. So let's add some margin on the bottom to 2 rem. And lastly, let's add a box shadow. So box shadow. And I already have a variable for that. So variable is actually box hyphen shadow. Save that and you should see, yeah, so you see there's a kind of shadow around it. Great. So let's do the question title. And for that, we're just going to do a display flex. Then we're going to justify content to space between. Align items definitely to center. Then let's save that and see what we have. So you see we now have the button here. So let's start with this heading. So it's question title and H4. Let's give it a font size of 1.4 m, font width of 600. Oh, sorry, this should be 600. Then let's give it a line height of 1.4. Then let's say text transform of uppercase. Save that and let's see what we have. Yeah, so it looks a lot better. Then let's target the this button and this icon here. So I'll say button and question icon hyphen icon. Basically we're just going to set the border first to 1 pixel solid, and I'm going to use I have a gray color variable I used, so dash color gray. Then let's give it a height of 3 rem, and we're going to do the same for the width 3 rem. If we now set a border radius, then we know that if you set it to 50%, it will become a circle. what's going on, button question hyphen icon. So let me make sure it's the same. Button class name. Oh, okay, I made a mistake here. The class name is supposed to be inside this. So if you save that, the styles will take immediately. Yeah, so you see, great. So now let's finish up 50%. Then let's center what is inside. So display flex. No, I already have display flex somewhere. Let's just grab it here and center it. But we're going to change the space between, of course, to center. Save that, and that will just basically center that anything inside in the middle. Then lastly, we're going to set the cursor to pointer. Cursor, pointer, that's it. Okay, great. So this is how the questions will look like. Now it's time for us to then apply the logic. So there's a logic that this thing should have, okay, that we need to apply. So first off, let's come to, I need to expand this now at this point. Then let's shrink this up so that we can see. Great. So let's go back to our question.js and let's start adding the logic. So I'm going to import useState hook. So import useState from React, and here I'm going to create a state. So I'll say const. The name of that state is going to be show answer, and set show answer is going to be equal to use state. And initially we don't want the answer to be shown, we want it to be hidden, so we're going to set it initially to false. Let me expand this a little bit more. Okay, great. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to add a logic here that says that this paragraph should only be shown if show answer is equal to true. So I'll come here and I'll just add an expression here, okay, and I'll say if show answer, then if show answer is equals to true, then I want to display this paragraph. So Control X and paste that in here. Okay, I hope it's clear. Okay, so now how can we toggle this show answer? How can we set show answer to true? When we click on this button, we want show answer to be toggled. So in the button here, I'm going to add an onClick property on the button, and I'm just going to point to, I'm going to point to something here. I'll just say, so I'm just going to call a function here. I'll say handle click, because basically that's what we're going to do. We're going to click on this button. So what do we want this function to do? Well, let's come here upwards. Let me just expand this stuff, So I'll come here, I'll create a function, const handle click, and let's create it like an arrow function, like so. And basically we want to call set show answer. So I'll say set show answer, and I'll set it to the opposite of whatever it is. Okay, so I'll say not show answer. So if you go ahead and save this now, all things being equal, so if you come here now, let's test it out. I'll click on the button and you see it works. I'll click on it again, it hides the answers. So basically we're done with this part where we, the UI of the general button, the general accordion really. So now what we need to do is we need to pass props inside of this question components. So what are the things that are different? Oh, before we even go there, right, let me see. Before we go there, we need to put our icons inside of this guy here. Okay, so let me look for, okay, so this is where we have it. So here let's add curly braces, and here we'll say that if show answer is equals to true, right? If show answer, in other words, if the answer is being displayed, we want to show the minus icon. So I'll come here and I'll get my minus icon like so. I'll copy it, and where am I posting it? Okay, so I'll use my ternary operator. So I'll say I want to show my minus icon. This is not how I'm supposed to do it anyway. I need to do like this and paste that in, then close it. And I want the minus icon to have a red color, so I'll set the color to red. Then else, so this is the else part. Oh sorry, the else part should be outside this guy here. So else, I want to show the plus icon. So I hope it's clear. So let me just grab this plus icon and I'll just paste that in there. And I think I gave it a color. I'm just going to grab the color I actually used for it. So let me just grab it. It's a hex color, by the way. So I'll come here and give it the color. Yeah, that's the color I used. So if we go ahead and save that, you see that our project is almost, this section is almost complete. So this blue color, so now if you click on it, you see it's red. If you click on that, it closes. Yeah, so we're good to go. Now what we need to do is we need to be able to use the data from this our data.js on this icon. Okay, so I'll come to my questions.js and I'll introduce props. So in these props, what are the things that are different? Well, the question itself and the answer, those are the two things that are different here. So I'll come to my where am I supposed to do this stuff now? Yeah, so here I'll then add my props here. So I'll do title prop and answer prop. So where are we going to display the title and the answer? Well, this H4, that's where we're going to display the title. So the question title, I don't want to say question because I'm going to use the question when I map through the data. So I'm going to place the title prop here. So it's just going to be title like so. And then I'm going to place the answer prop. I'm going to replace this guy here with the answer prop. So I'll say answer. Great. So as it is now, we are ready to actually use this question component anywhere in our application. But the specific place we want to use it is in the FAQ section. Okay, great. So I'll go to the FAQ section and this question prop here. We're going to, let me go up first. So we're going to import the questions from the data. So I'll say import questions, plural, I think. So we're going to import questions from data.js. Data dot, oh sorry, there should be dot forward slash, so dot forward slash data.js. Okay, great. So now inside of this questions div, I can then confidently map through the questions. So let's open our curly braces and I'll then say questions dot map, and I'm going to represent each item in this questions array as a single question. Okay, and here, sorry, let's open this up and then we'll then move these questions, we'll then move these questions component up inside of this guy here. So this is where we'll now specify the props. So here the first thing we want to specify is the title. So title will now be equal to question dot title. Then the next one is going to be the answer. We'll set that to be equal to question dot answer. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save that, and all things being equal, we should have a re-render and we now have all of our questions here. So it's fetching this from the data. So if you open this, you see the answer, you open that, you can close it and like so. and it's also responsive. So even if we go to the mobile with, it also looks okay. Okay, so at this point I can say that we are done with the FAQ section, and I really hope that you saw how we can bring everything together. Okay, different components everywhere, we can bring it together and make it look very nice on the user interface. All right, so in the next one we're going to start working on the footer, which is the final section. All right, so now let's build the final section, which is the footer section. And I took the liberty to open the footer.js and the footer CSS file. Okay, so first off, let me import the footer CSS file like so. Okay, so footer CSS, and here we're going to have a footer tag. So instead of the normal section, I'm going to have the footer tag. So footer, and I'm going to give it an ID actually. So ID of Control Z, ID of footer, and I don't think I actually did anything with the ID being there, but let's just leave it there anyway. All right, so now we are going to have the container and the class of footer, modifier class of footer. All right, now what we want to, the way we want to organize this footer section is that we want to have 4 sections. So let me show you 4 boxes, I will say. So 4 columns, 1 2 3 4, like so. So I'll just come here, I'll say dot, I'll call it footer box, so footer hyphen box, and then I'll just duplicate it 3 times. So we have 4 of these. Okay, this first one is going to have this setup here, so links and some links at the bottom there. Okay, so here I would say dot, oh sorry, there needs to be a h4 first. So that h4 is going to say use full links. Okay, then I'll then have the links under that. So for that, I'm just going to have a div with a class of footer hyphen links, and then I'm just going to open that up. I'll simply just have links, so just a tags. So let's just do a, and I don't want it to go anywhere, so just do that, and then I'll say home, and then let's go ahead and duplicate it 5 times. So that's 4. This next one is going to say, oh sorry, the first one doesn't even say home, it says support. So I'll say support. This next one will say about. Oh, I think I missed something, but I cannot always do that in one stroke. So this will say about, and this will say learn. The next one will say hosting, and the last one will say messages or messenger. Great. Now let me save this and see what we've done. So yeah, so these are the links are here, but they are white, so they are taking styles from this our link file, but don't worry, we're going to sort them out. So I'll come here and I want them to have, let me show you what I want them to have. So I want them to have this dot in front of the links, the a tags. So you know what I'm going to do, I'll come to this guy and I'll use this HTML entity. So I want it in 5 in all of the links, so I'll just put it, and the way you write the HTML entity is you say and the name of the entity is bool, and then you close with a semicolon. If you save that, there's going to be like a dot in all of the what's it called, tags. So I'm just going to copy this like so and just replicate the same thing here. So Control V, and then I'll just change this to, what did I even say there, oh okay, the first one is useful link, the second one is support. Okay, so this one is going to be support, and I'll just leave the links same for time. Then the next one is going to be this contact us, and it's going to have these guys here. So let's come here. Now these guys, they are actually icons that we imported from React Icons. So like I always do, I'll just import them in one swipe. So let me just grab sorry, it's not what I want to do, I need to be here, and then I'll just import them here like so. Okay, So now I can be able to use them in the project. So for this one, I would say, of course, I need my h4 first. So let me just grab this guy and paste that here, and then it's going to say contact us. Contact us. Okay, then at the bottom here, I'll create a div with a class of, I think, did I say contact icons? Let me just be sure. Footer contact. Okay, so I'll say dot footer hyphen contact. I think, yeah, that's what I did. Now we're going to have a paragraph. This paragraph is going to first of all have the icon. So the first icon we are using is the map maker. So that's this one, map maker, I think. So I'll copy that and I'll come down here. Where am I? So here, and then I would paste it in. And then now inside of this paragraph, let me just show you what I'm trying to achieve. So after the icon, we'll then have this text, address United States. Do you understand? But then there's a space between the icon and the address, and I'm going to implement that using an HTML entity as well. So, and that's let me see, and NBPS, and then you close. That's an HTML entity. Then you then say address, and then you specify the address. And the address is going to be, I'll just say United States. Okay, great. Now what we just need to do is to duplicate these guys, this what's it called, this paragraph, but we are just going to change the contents. But you know what, I'm going to save time, and I'm just going to grab what I've done like in the main project, okay, just to save some time. Okay, so I'll just copy it, and then I'll come here and just paste them in. So basically it's just the same format, it's just that I changed the icon and the text, that's all. Okay, then for the last one, I will just add the last footer box. I'll just add an image. So this image is just going to be the logo. So this logo we designed, you know, this logo we actually designed it with HTML and CSS. We had an icon and then we had some HTML that we designed. What I then did is I did a screenshot of this logo and then I removed the background. That was how I was able to now create a new logo. So we're going to need to import that logo from what's it called, our assets folder. So I'll say import, and I'll just call it logo from. So we need to go like so, and assets and // logo png, I think. Great. So here I'll then reference that logo like so, logo, and of course here it's also going to say logo. Great. Then I'll then add another paragraph here. This paragraph, I'm going to make it small text, so I'll say u hyphen small hyphen text, and then I'll just put my copyright symbol. I'm going to use an HTML entity. I'll say and copy, and then I'll close that, and then I'll say copyright. You know what, I'll just copy the text in the main project. So this is it here like so. I'll copy that, I'll come here and I'll paste it in. So as far as I'm concerned, we have done with the markup for the footer section. Now we just need to style it and make it look good. Okay, so I will come to the project here, and oh, I've made a mistake somewhere. Attempt imported logo blah blah blah, it's not exported. Did I import it wrongly? I don't think so. Oh, okay, I should have imported it by just using the, I don't need this guy around it, so just import it like that, and I'll save, and everything should be restored. Yeah, great. So this is the logo. Now what we just need to do is we just need to add some styles to make this look a little bit better. So I'll close this up and I'll go to my footer CSS, and let's start by giving it a background. So I'll target the section and hash footer. Oh, it's not a section, it's actually footer hash footer, and I'll give it a background. If I don't type this background, I'll keep having to you know, and then let's just use the var and get the is it dark blue? I think it's dark blue. Okay, so dark hyphen blue. And if you save that, now you start appreciating the console, you start appreciating the content more. Okay, so let's continue, and I'll give it a color of white. I'll give it a color of white. So let's just do #fff, save time. And I think at this point we can actually just shrink this guy up so that we can see what we're doing here. Okay, great. Now let's target the footer class. So footer class, and I want to do a grid, but I have this this shortcut I created. So if I want to do a grid on a project, I'll just say grid, and if I hit enter, right, it creates a grid for me. All I need to do is just change the class. So I'll just change this class to footer, and then I'll save. That's all I do when I want to create a grid, and it will just, you know, space out everything in the specified format. So basically what we have here is display grid, grid templates, columns, repeat, auto fit, 25 rem. So I'll change this to 20 rem, then row gap, column gap. Okay, but I think I can use grid. The last time I tried using grid gap, it was giving me a notification that it's deprecated or something like that. Let me try it now. So grid gap, Visual Studio Code was giving me some kind of notification that that, you know, property was deprecated, but I think it still works. I don't know. So it works. Okay, great. So I can come down and continue. So let's start by styling the h4 on the footer. So I would say footer. Oh, okay. So for this footer, I need to add the styles I added for the section, right? I need to add all of those styles. So you know what, to save time, I'll just locate my index CSS. Where are you? Index CSS. I need to expand this guy. So, and I'll just look for my section. So width and padding. So these are the two things I need. Control C, and let me close that. And footer CSS, and I just need to come down here, paste that in, and save. And you see that there is now, you know, padding. Everything is now, you know, padded up nicely. All right, so let's go to the h4. So dot footer and h4. So we're going to do a font size of 1.6 rem. 1.6 rem. Then let's do a font weight of I think I use 500, so it's a little bit thick. Then of course we'll go with a line height of 1.4, excuse me. Then we'll do text transform to uppercase. Lastly, we'll add some margin on the bottom, and that's just going to be 1 rem. Save that, and you see it's looking a little bit better. Okay, then let's target the links. Okay, so already our links, they're already inheriting some styles from this navbar here, like this, you know, hover color and all of that. There's a way you're actually supposed to adjust that styling. Okay, there's a way you can tailor it such that any styling is applicable to just that component, and that's by using CSS modules. Okay, but I don't want to go into that now. Okay, so that it's out of the scope of this tutorial. Okay, so now let's add some styles to these links here. So you know what I'm going to do first? Let's make them like vertically placed. So I'll say dot footer hyphen links, and I'm just going to do a display of flex, and I'm going to set the flex direction to column. If you save that, you'll notice that the links are now what's it called, vertically placed. Right now, let's reduce the size of the links. So for reducing the size of the links, we're going to need to be a little bit more specific, because if you just say a and you then say maybe something like a font size of 1.2 rem, and you save, let's see if that takes any effect. Oh, so it does actually take effect, so that's great, so that's fine. All right, then I'm going to add some styles to the contact, this contact here, and the paragraph. And come to think of it, let's see. Okay, yeah, so I'll come here and I'll say dot footer contact, footer hyphen contact, and their paragraph inside. So what I got to do is I got to do a display flex. So display flex, and I got to align items to center. Then I got to add some margin on the bottom. So margin bottom, and I just do 5 pixels and save, and you see that it looks a little bit better now. Oh, I think the first one has an issue in the markup, so I'll go there and see if I can sort it out. So the first one, MBSP, I'm not quite sure, let me see. Address United States NBPS. Oh, okay, the first one, there was an issue there. It should be SP, not PS. So NBSP, like so, and save, and that should sort it out. Yeah, so as I think it looks really nice already. Okay, so now what we need to do is, let me just expand and let's just test out some of the basic things. So we have the features which we built, and that looks good. And from here it doesn't work, so let's see if the download works. It doesn't work either. The subscribe also does not work. So let's quickly go to our navigation section, which is somewhere here, navbar and navbar.js. And let me open this up a little bit. And where's our links? Okay, so we did not specify where we wanted them to go, that's why. So this should go to features, and this should go to download, and this should go to subscribe, and subscribe, and this one should go to the href here, should FAQ. Okay, so let's save that and let's go ahead and test it. So feature, it works. Download, it works. Subscribe, it also works. And then learn more is just going to take us to the FAQ section. Okay, so one other thing we need to test is our media queries. I know we actually wrote media queries during the project, so but I'll just inspect, and so it looks great on a mobile device. So let me scroll. Okay, so it looks good on a mobile device. Well, we want this to be, but it's still fine, but we want it to be full width. Okay, so this looks actually good on a mobile device, and even if you come to like a tablet, I think it still looks okay. So this is what it looks like on a tablet, and it's still fine. Okay, great. So now what we need to do is the animation. All this animation, I know that's part of what, you know, excited a lot of people about the projects. So when you like refresh the page on initial load, there's this animation that occurs on this header, and then when you like go down, you see another set of animation, and like so. Okay, so that's what we're going to do next. All right, now before we add the animation, what I want us to do is I want us to adjust our utility classes, right? So to do that, let's come to, you know what, we can actually close all of this stuff. We're done with them, or we're mostly done with them. Yeah, so to do that, I'm going to come inside my source folder. I'll click on the source folder and I'll create a new folder. I'll call that folder CSS. Now inside of this CSS folder, I would create a utils.css. So I'll say utils.css. That's just how I'm going to save it. Now it's in this utils.css file. That's where I will then save all my utility classes. So I'll come to my, where's my index CSS? That's where I have my utility classes, right? And I'll just grab all of these, my utility classes, like so. I would actually just cut them out. Okay, I'll save this file, and of course I expect that it will break our application. So you see my application is broken. See, this text is now dark. Great, but no need to panic. So go to your utils.css file and paste them inside and save it. Okay, now go ahead and open your index.js file. So if you open your index.js file, you look very closely, you find out that index.css is imported. What you need to do now is to import the utils file, And to do that, we're going to first of all go inside the CSS folder, so CSS, and then we can then access the utils.css file. If you go ahead and save that and come back here, then your application should be restored, or maybe we just need to refresh, so that the whole thing can. All right, so you see now we now have our styles back and everything works fine. Great. So basically that's how you can rearrange your utility files, your utility classes, rather. All right, so let's go ahead and close all of this. We don't need them. Okay, so now let's dive into the animation part. So there's a library called animate on scroll. It's a really lightweight library that you can use. So if you search animate on scroll on Google, the first result you get would open this website here where you can see different examples of the library being used. But what I want you to do is to open the GitHub repository. So that should be like, in my case, it's the third result. So open this guy here and it should bring you here. So the first thing we want to do is we want to install this library. So let's scroll down and you see the instruction to install it. So if you have yarn, use yarn add and this stuff. If you had npm like I do, just copy this guy here and let's go to our editor. So I'll bring up my terminal like so, and just give it a few seconds. Okay, great. And I'll just paste in that command and I'll press enter to install it, which I don't think actually. Okay, great. So it will take a few, maybe like a minute or so to install. So I'll just pause the video and wait for it to finish installing, then we'll continue. All right, so the library has finished installing. Okay, so let me just go back to this guy so that we can see the instructions there. So it says that first off you need to have two imports, right? This import and this one. So I'm just going to, from here like this, just copy them and I'll come to my where I want to use them. So in the first case I want to use them in my header. Yeah, so header.js. Great. So I'm just going to come down here, give some space and then paste my import there. Great. Now there is also this step here where we need to initialize this library. So it's the way we do it is we do aos.init. Okay, so but you know how we're going to apply this in React, right? So let me show you how we're going to apply it. So first off, you're going to import use effects from React. So I'll say use effects like so. Great. Now inside here I will then say use effects and I'll just use an arrow function to access it like so, and then inside of this use effect is where I will then initialize the animate on scroll library. So this aos.init line here is where I'll then paste it inside of my use effects. Okay, so now it's giving me these squiggly lines. That's because I need to open it up like this. Oh, sorry, I missed the equal sign for my arrow function. I think that's why. So I'll open it up like this and I'll specify a specific property. So there are several properties you can add inside of your initialization. These are some of them here, but the one I'm interested in is this one called duration, right? So I'll just copy this guy and I'll just paste it here. I could have typed it myself, but then I saw it. Oh, I didn't copy it well. Okay, so I guess I have to type it myself. So I'll just say duration and I'll set it to 1000. Okay, 1000 milliseconds, which is actually 1 second. Okay, that's how you initialize animate on scroll library. And don't forget that you need to add an empty array here so that this is going to initialize once. Okay, all right, great. So how do we now use the animate on scroll library? Well, you just look for any element on your page where you want to animate, and then you specify the kind of animation you want to take effect. Now, as per the different kinds of animation, when you search on Google, right, this link here, the github.io link /AOS, it has all the different kinds of animations that you could possibly have. So the way you implement it, you say data hyphen AOS, so data AOS attributes, and then there's fade up, there is fade down, fade right, fade left, and all of that. So you can actually check out this stuff. But the one I'm going to use, so this is our project here, the one I'm going to use for this one is on this header left. I want to fade it inside, fade it to the right. So I'll say data hyphen AOS, and I'm going to set it to be equal to fade. Sorry, is it fade? I used, just trying to remember exactly what I think is fade. So fade right, so fade hyphen right. Yeah. So let me just copy this guy. And for the right header, so this guy here, I'll just change it to fade left, and then I'll save. So let's come here and check it out. So I may need to actually refresh the page. Okay, because use effect actually runs when you refresh the page the way we set it now. So you see it just faded in nicely. So let's try that again and see. Wow, so that's how basically you can add that animation. So if you want to add animation to the rest of your to the rest of the website or the rest of the different sections on the page, all you just need to do is go through the same exact process I've gone through. Like for this one now, you can do maybe this one fades up, this one, or this one fades down or up or whatever, this one fades right, fades in left, and all of that. So that's basically what I did to animate the different components on the page, and you see it's really straightforward and really easy. Okay, so at this point I think we are done with the project. Okay, now thank you so much for watching this tutorial and for sticking with me to the end. And if you did enjoy the project, I'll encourage you to leave a like on this video, leave a thumbs up, comment on the video, just do something on the video that will help increase the YouTube search reach. Okay, thank you so much, and don't forget that you can get any of my courses at a discount on my website, and my ReactJS course will be coming out real soon. Okay, all right, thank you so much, and see you in another video.